Okay, hello everybody. I'm here at a more normal time today. Sorry about yesterday. Next weekend, hey Diffraction. Next weekend I will probably start late on Saturday because there's another thing going on, but it will probably end early enough that I can still do an afternoon stream, but it'll probably start like an hour later. Yesterday, that's what my plan was, but then the thing that I was attending went on for 2 hours. I was not expecting. So that's why I switched to a night stream yesterday. And I wasn't really sure how short of a stream yesterday's was going to be, given the maps that I was doing, but the final map of that set turned out to take me over an hour. And that might be the case for the first map we're playing today, also. So what are we looking at today? We are starting off with the Iron Forge, which is the next thing listed under featured mods for Heretic. Really the last thing listed for featured mods for Heretic, because the thing on the list after that is for Hexen. This is by Zacer and Not Jabba. I think from what I was reading, we'll get to it in the README file anyway, but I think Not Jabba did like thing placement, and also the modifications for this are a subset of what is later seen in the Wayfarer, which was also by Not Jabba. And that in itself got a CAC award, and I believe some of those modifications were officially incorporated into the 2025 Heretic Remaster. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's read about the Iron Forge first. This is a medium-sized Heretic map that was originally intended for Realm of Parthoris. That's another thing I'm not interested in. I briefly looked it up right before stream. This is partly why I'm late. I was testing things and finding new things and, oh, what's this? And looking it up. And I was like, no, I need to actually stream what I was intending to stream in the first place and not get distracted. But Realm of Parthoris might be something that I should play after this as well. That came out in 2015 and was a multi-person effort, a group effort. So the README goes on to say the layout and architecture is by Zacer and is a recreation of Iron Keep from Dark Souls 2. So the references are going to be completely lost to me because I do not do Dark Souls games. I want to say there was a Quake map I played at some point that was also a Dark Souls reference, and I don't remember which map it was. Actually, for that matter, there's one Quake map I can think of. Was it one of Necros's things that I think was like an Elder Scrolls reference, maybe? Let me see if I can find that one at least, because that one I remember. Except I need to remember the name of it. That's kind of important. No, it was later than that. The Altar of Storms. What was the Altar of Storms based on? The theme of the map is inspired by the alien ruins from Oblivion. Yeah. So that one I remember. I'm pretty sure at some point I played a Quake map that was Dark Souls inspired as well, but heck if I can remember which one it is. Let's see if a search engine helps me out here. Ravenkeep by Redfield. I was wondering if it was that one. Let me see. Ravenkeep, the setting is inspired by Dark Souls and Bloodborne, among other things, so it's not like a direct reference to a single map. And then, Prison of Hope by Grouse's Only Fan was also inspired by Dark Souls, but that was actually like a tech-based prison sort of setting. Sci-fi gothic mountain prison. Let me briefly show what I'm actually talking about here. That's the wrong... Let me just do screen capture for now. So this is Prison of Hope. This had some Dark Souls inspiration. Ravenkeep had some Dark Souls inspiration and Bloodborne inspiration. Oh, I didn't keep up Altar of Storms. Hang on. Let me open that again. This was Altar of Storms. That was supposed to be like Oblivion inspired. So yeah, I've played a few things that have, you know, various RPG or ARPG inspirations. Of course, like I said, all those references are lost on me because I haven't played Elder Scrolls anything, I haven't played Dark Souls anything. But Ironforge is supposed to be a recreation of Iron Keep from Dark Souls 2. Everybody's favorite Dark Souls game. I know, unironically, a few people do say it's their favorite, probably, but, like, I think most people like to hate on that one. Najaba did the thing placement and combat later. This map includes a set of gameplay modifications from Notjaba's upcoming episode, The Wayfarer, which are intended to improve balance and pacing and fix bugs. Most notably, several of the weapons are more powerful. See gameplay changes.txt for a complete list of modifications. And there will be additional credits later in the README. So there's new sounds, there's new graphics, it's a single level, it replaces E2M1, it supports single player and co-op, and it has difficulty settings implemented. Build time was at least 2 weeks. Editors used were Slade 3, Doom Builder X, and I don't know what Zacer used, so I guess that line was written by Notjaba. And they specifically list GZDoom 281 and GZDoom 360. I am playing this with GZDoom 360 because, for whatever reason, I already had that downloaded from, like, onto my Windows partition from years and years ago. I actually also have GZDoom 281 downloaded, but for some reason it didn't really work when I tried to open it with that, so I'll have to figure that one out some other time. But I have hopefully done most of the fiddling that I need to do ahead of time this time. Although, I don't know if this is going to say anything specific about mouse look on or off. Given that this is from, like, 2018, I'm kind of expecting, if there's any verticality in this whatsoever, they probably expect you to use mouse look, so I might need to turn that on if it isn't already. So, credits. For the map, Zacer for architecture and layout, Notjaba for thing placement and additional mapping. Textures, Realm of Parthoris texture pack, originally from Hymn and Hexen mostly. Gameplay modifications, balancing changes, weapons, items, monsters by Notjaba, additional gameplay fixes and tweaks by Rot King, weapon sprite bright maps and smoother Hellstaff animation by Spadger, staff animations by OSJC, sound edits by Zacer, and a whole lot of people on testing. Fonz, Sosu, JThumb, RDWPA, there might be a couple other people who pointed out individual bugs, sorry if we missed anyone. Okay, I should look at the gameplay changes file. Hang on. Alright, gameplay changes. There's a lot of these. The staff uses custom animations by OSJC that make it feel more like a weapon and less like a cattle prod. Oh, so the staff is like the melee weapon. That's what we're talking about. The tomed staff is significantly more powerful and now hits ghost enemies. It couldn't before? That's terrifying. I basically never use the melee staff. It feels really bad. The gauntlets are slightly more powerful and are more likely to stun lock enemies. Thank you. Like, that is the reason, like, I remember when I first played Heretic and got the gauntlets of the Necromancer, the gauntlets feel less reliable than the chainsaw. Like, the chainsaw you usually, in Doom 2, or Doom 2, you normally feel pretty safe that enemies aren't going to attack you while you're chainsawing them, but with the gauntlets, not nearly as reassuring. Hey, Dead Camper. The Elven Wand's shot is now a bit more powerful, both the untomed and tomed versions of the wand fire slightly faster. I was always kind of partial to the tomed version of the Elven Wand, honestly, which is your starting projectile weapon. It's probably not nearly as powerful as I think it is. It just looks cool. So hopefully it'll feel even better in this. The Ethereal Crossbow has been beefed up to feel more like a true shotgun weapon. It now has 4 side bolts instead of 2, and the side bolts do more damage. Oh yeah, I guess it only had more side bolts when you, like, powered it up with the tome before. To compensate, the weapon is slower to refire. The tomed version does slightly more damage as well. The Hellstaff does slightly more damage with each shot, and its projectiles are now heat-seeking. Oh, I feel like I've seen that before, so I've probably seen somebody play something with these modifications. This is like a distant memory, but it's just like that idea sounds familiar. So the funny thing about that, though, is I always kind of considered the Hellstaff as, like, intentionally, like, a paper... Like, you're firing paper mache, basically, because its rate of fire is so fast compared to the Dragon Claw. I just figured that was what sets it apart. But they made it more powerful anyway. The Hellstaff's animation is less jerky and more in line with the firing speed of the weapon. The Tomed Hellstaff's projectile range lasts longer. I already thought that lasted pretty long to begin with, honestly. The rain projectile... or rather the rain effect that, like, sits in place wherever the projectile hits was always a really cool thing to use on stuff like Molotovs, I felt like. The rain projectiles no longer knock enemies back. Okay, so that you can make better use of it acting like a frickin' landmine or something. This allows enemies to enter the storm, dramatically increasing the weapon's effectiveness. To compensate, the weapon now uses 10 ammo per shot instead of 5. Okay, so it's twice as costly. I'm surprised it only used 5 to begin with, actually. Like, yeah, using 10 makes sense. The Tomed Phoenix Rod is more powerful to provide better compensation for its short range, because that's your flamethrower, basically. It also has less knockback when it hits enemies, so that they can keep getting hit by it. I mean, I guess the knockback is kind of a good thing, though, so that, like, it keeps them from meleeing you, but also, if I recall correctly, the Tomed Phoenix Rod is pretty good at stun locking. The Fire Mace spawns 100% of the time instead of 75%. It can... Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean instead of 75%? Are we talking about the item itself, or are we talking about the projectiles? Like, does it seriously fire duds in the original? It can also be placed at multiple locations in the same level rather than randomly spawning in only... Oh... Wow, I did not know that about the Fire Mace. I just learned something. The Fire Mace is literally intended to be sort of like randomly placed and doesn't always show up. No wonder I always thought it was kind of weird and elusive and, like... I don't know, it almost felt like a lesser-known weapon, but it also felt kind of useless, so... Because it kind of felt like the Phoenix Rod was your best weapon, and then it's like, oh, there's also this thing. The Fire Mace does about 50% more damage. The damage of the main sphere projectiles has been increased, while the occasional larger splitting spheres are the same as before. The large Dragon Claw ammo orb now gives 30 instead of 25. The brightness levels of various weapons have been customized and fixed. Most weapons use the set of custom brightness maps from Elf Gets Pissed. I gotta look this up, because what the hell... Please tell me there's a wiki page for this. There's a wiki page for this. Elf Gets Pissed is a 9-level episode replacement mod for Heretic and GZDoom created by Rot King. Work started in 2013, with an attempt to finish it by late 2015 before finally coming out in 2016. It won one of the 2016 CAC Awards. I have now come up with 2 more things that I should play. Just by looking into what we're playing today. Because there's, The Realm of Parthoris, and now there's Elf Gets Pissed, apparently. I'm not sure how seriously to take that one, but it got a CAC Award, so that must count for something. Alright, where was I? The Tomed Staff and Tomed Gauntlets are bright even when idle to reflect the electrical energy around them. All ammo pickups are now bright. Making pickups visible, that's a good idea. Artifacts, you can now carry up to 25 Time Bombs of the Ancients, instead of the default maximum of 16. I thought 25 was typically the standard for most items, so yeah, that kind of makes sense. The Ring of Invulnerability and Chaos Device are now bright. The Morphovum uses custom bright maps, so the electrical energy around the artifact is always bright. There's a whole bunch of enemy adjustments. Okay, this is like the bottom half of the readme now. The Gargoyle Fireball, Undead Warrior Green Axe, Were-Dragon Fireball, both Ophidian projectiles, and the Molotov's small spreading fireballs all do slightly more damage. Okay, so they buffed enemies as well as the player. The Were-Dragon Fireball and both Ophidian projectiles are slightly faster. Oh, gosh, I don't know if I like that. The Molotov's melee attack deals splash damage within a tight radius, significantly increasing the overall power of the attack. Great, let's make Molotovs more deadly. The Were-Dragon's melee attack does significantly more damage, and its melee range is now as long as the player's. Yeah, I think I got hit by the Were-Dragon's melee attacks at one point last night when I just slammed into a couple of them. That wasn't fun. The Were-Dragon has higher health, 300 instead of 220, to help it function as more of a tank enemy. Yeah, I would have expected it to be a tank enemy anyway, and I mean, like, I feel like that health adjustment is basically to compensate for them making a bunch of weapons more powerful. The Were-Dragon's Fireball and Contrail are now bright. That's what I was commenting on that yesterday, because I was thinking, like, oh, maybe the Fireball does actually, like, emit light, at least in GZDoom, but no, it was not always bright. So yeah, this makes sure that the Fireball always emits light. The Were-Dragon lights up when firing. The Disciple lights up during its attack, wind-up, and death. The Saberclaw and Iron Lich light up during death. Which makes sense, the Saberclaw literally fucking explodes. I don't remember if there's an explosion inherent to the Iron Lich death, but it definitely, like, falls apart. The Saberclaw, Were-Dragon, and Ophidian have slightly higher mass. I guess that affects pushback? All Golem and Nitro Golem variants have slightly reduced speed. Interesting. Gargoyles and Fire Gargoyles will no longer infight with each other. Okay, yeah, I could see that. It was kind of surprising that they did infight to begin with. Golems, Golem Ghosts, Nitro Golems, and Nitro Golem Ghosts will no longer infight with each other. I didn't realize there's literally 4 types. So you have, like, the semi-invisible ones. So, like, Golem Ghosts are basically specters for Golems. I didn't realize that Nitro Golem, like, that's presumably referring to, like, the projectile version. And I didn't realize those come in both visible and less visible forms. But those also no longer infight between themselves. Enemies no longer infight with the Iron Lich. Oh, that's sad. The Were-Dragon drops 5 crossbow bolts instead of 10. The Ophidian drops 1 Phoenix Rod ammo instead of 5. Wow, they're making ammo more scarce from enemies. Does it make it more consistent, though? Because that was the other thing, is like they only randomly drop things sometimes. The Molitor drops a large Phoenix Rod ammo instead of a small one that somehow gives 10 ammo. The Saberclaw is less likely to drop Hellstaff runes. Okay, no, there is still a random chance. And the dropped runes provide 10 ammo instead of 20. It kind of feels like they made a bunch of adjustments to just make maps less reliant on random enemy drops. I feel like you might as well have taken them out at that point. The Disciple will never drop a Tome of Power. Just to rub it in, it will occasionally drop a large Dragon Claw ammo in place of where the tome would have been. I mean, I did see one drop a Tome of Power at some point yesterday, I think, and I was like, I forgot they could do that. But that... So yes, that's funny, but also sad. The Molitor's Mystic Urn drop is rarer, about half as likely as before. I didn't even know they could drop those, or didn't remember. Sound adjustments. The sound roll-off range, the distance at which sounds begin to diminish in volume, has been increased to 200 as in Doom. Wait, they made it... You've got to be kidding me. So you're telling me that Heretic intentionally made sound fall-off, sound attenuation, happen sooner? Happen, like, at a closer range than in Doom? Heretic? We're talking about the game that intentionally is a switch hunt, and then you press a switch and you're like, what the fuck did that do? So yes, this is adjusting the what the fuck did that switch just do issue. Previously, it was 0, which is why Heretic sounds so weirdly quiet. Okay, I wasn't even at the punchline yet. Jesus Christ, they zeroed it out. Sounds for the Iron Lich, Lesser Chaos Serpent, Phoenix Rod Explosion, and Time Bomb of the Ancients Explosion have a longer roll-off max distance beyond the new default ranges. I'm surprised they didn't do that for... Okay, also, Lesser Chaos Serpent is a new enemy. I'm pretty sure. There's no note about new enemies in here, actually. So I don't know if these notes were basically, like, sort of cropped, cherry-picked from the full Wayfarer set of changes for the following year, or what. It does make sense, because, like, enemies like the Cyber Demon and Spider Mastermind in Doom just have, like, global death noise. Like, it doesn't matter how far away they are, you hear them die. I would hope that that's already the case with the Molitor, but I'm not entirely sure. But this is saying that basically the Iron Lich gets that applied. Or something like it. It says longer roll-off max distance. It doesn't say infinite. The staff previously had a swinging sound built into its hit sound and played nothing when it missed. Now it plays a swinging sound whenever it is used with a separate sound for impact. That's probably also, like, trying to make it feel more effective. The tomed one, because yeah, the staff was always, like, completely quiet. Which, I mean, I suppose so was Doomguy's Fist. The Tome Wand Fire, Hellstaff Fire, Phoenix Rod Fire, and Phoenix Rod Impact sounds have been edited to sound more powerful. The Gargoyle and Fire Gargoyle now have separate sounds for regular and Jib deaths. Did they not before? I somehow thought they already did. Huh. The Nitro Golem now plays sounds when it charges up and when it fires, whereas before you would basically just hear, like, the constant screaming sound of the projectile. But now there's, like, warning sounds for it. The Fire Gargoyle, Nitro Golem, Disciple, Were-Dragon, Ophidian, Iron Lich, and Molitor projectiles now have impact sounds. I am again surprised they didn't before. No, I guess they... I thought the Ophidian did, but maybe it had a shooting sound, not an impact sound. And I guess that's the same with Were-Dragon? Man, I could have sworn a couple of those actually had, like, impact sounds, but no, I guess not. Alright, so that's the full list of changes. Well, the full partial list of changes that would later appear in Wayfarer, but that do appear in the Iron Forge, which we're gonna go play now, so I'm gonna stop talking, and, well, stop yammering. I do want to check one thing in here. Always mouse look is off, in which case, let me make sure I have controls bound for looking. No, that's wrong. Okay. We'll try it without mouse look first, and I'll see if I decide that actually this level seems to compel mouse look, because the README did not say anything, one way or the other. They literally updated the episode title to say the Iron Forge, so there you go. It is E2M1, after all. So, let's do that. We're gonna do Bring Us Them On for difficulty setting, and we're gonna start. Okay, this immediately feels like I probably am gonna end up wanting mouse look, so I'm just gonna go turn it on right now, actually. Wrong button. Yeah, if we've got tons of stairs like this, I'm probably gonna want to be able to look up and down easily. I already have full wand ammo. Oh, that's not a good sound to start. Yeah, so basically, Molotors already have Cyber Demon-like behavior with sound with regard to their, like, wake up and death sounds. Oh shit! What? It's not capturing correctly. All right, hang on. I wonder why that happened. All right, we'll do a do-over. That's fine. But why? Wait, where the heck? Oh, did it rename the window or something? Hang on. I don't know what I would have done to make it, like, freeze like that. Okay, strange. Alright, well, starting over, because for some reason the game capture wasn't actually, like, really capturing. Okay. So I've turned on mouse look because there's, like, a ton of verticality right from the get-go here. And there's wand ammo on both sides. Oh no. That thing's never gonna shut up. Okay, there we go. Let's go grab the other one of these. Because that actually used a lot of ammo. Okay, no, we can't go back. Can't go backwards from the start point. Lots and lots of stairs. Yeah, I had a feeling. Can't go in there either. Oh, and also I decided, based on yesterday, I decided to just leave the lighting at the default setting of dark. Because I messed with that yesterday, but I'm realizing that, like, later on I had trouble seeing enemies, so maybe if I leave it at the default, that's probably a better idea. Alright, speaking of better ideas, this probably isn't one, but I'm gonna try going down here anyway. Maybe I have to go down here. Oh, I did something. But the problem is, how do I get out of here? I guess I gotta just rough it. Okay, well that opened that. Oh no, all of a sudden this is a bullet hell now. I don't have any healing items either, so this is probably not going to end well. Yep. Alright, let's try to get back there quicker this time. Ow. That was worse, dude, because I got hit by a random lava ball. Well, this is a rude start to a level. What if I just rush in here? That would also hurt. Oh yeah, I definitely hear the impact sound of those now. Whoa. Yeah, a couple of them are firing from like a mile away. Alright, well we've got interesting, well, not quite spiral staircase, but it's like curved at the start here. Oh good, health. So you basically had to make it through that initial experience. There's your full bright electricity around the Morphovum. Yeah, I heard the impact on that too. It's kind of funny, actually. Oh wait, there's more stuff down here too. Damn, look at this place. Okay. Yeah, it seems like it could be a trap. I was more worried about the things on the walls being a trap. Like these. They look kind of mean. Are those custom? Okay, good. He didn't get a chance to shoot. Hi, Mike. Whoop. Oh, that's kind of rude. Yeah, definitely want mouse look for this level. Okay, I kind of lucked out there. That was a little dicey. Oh, hello. What's... okay. Oh, there's a key up there. I didn't even bother looking at that. Just like right through there, but we probably have to do something to lower it. Okay, so the only thing down here was that and this, and that's probably... yeah, I think we're done with that now. So... it's probably time to go up here. That's where we got the Morphovum. Oh, well, okay. Yep, I got meleeed by the Were-Dragon. you don't really have much room to work with there, and the problem is it, like, auto-switches you... Ow. Jeez, dude. This is rude. Like, you cannot possibly keep an eye on everything that is going on. Like, I'm trying to tell if I can make a... If there's a switch down there, I can make a run for it. Alright, so grab this. Don't do that. Oh, that just lowers that. That's not a good prize. Wait, there's a staircase over here. I'm gonna die, though. Let's try the stairs instead. The emergency stairs. This doesn't seem like a good idea either. Oh my god, dude. What are we doing with this level, really? Come on. Actually, hang on a second. If I don't pick that up, do they not spawn? They spawn pretty much immediately, regardless. Ow. Yeah, so the increased damage that enemies do is definitely catching up to me immediately. Hello? I made an attempt. Oh, I accidentally landed on one of those. Oh yeah, I definitely feel the lower firing speed. Okay, so this is where we started, actually. It's kind of hard for me to take the Phoenix Rod explosion sound seriously, because it sounds like I'm playing Raptor Call in the Shadows again. Also, I'm realizing the audio here might be getting a little bit overwhelming. Let's nudge that down a bit. Okay, there's still more of you. Yeah, it definitely feels more powerful. Oh, hey, Raven. Am I out of... I do still have some ammo for this, but I should probably hold on to that for now. Oh, jeez. Okay, it finally hit something. Else am I was hearing a snake, I think. Yeah, right. Oh no, that's another saber claw. Don't know what that's doing. Oh, okay. Oh, that's coming all the way up. Okay, so we gotta hit and find another half there. Yeah, so I was just playing I was replaying Hexen a couple weekends ago, then I played through the entirety of Death Kings for the first time, because I had never been able to complete it without it crashing. Okay, we can't open that. This is not a place I want to be, really. Waste the rest of my ammo for that. How many of them are there? Jeez. Okay. I think we got rid of all the snipers. But yeah, now I'm playing through the heretic levels that are listed in featured mods. But I will probably... I'm going to throw in a couple of other episodes that were referenced by this one. Like, that are mentioned in its readme. Okay, there's the other switch. Oh, that might have opened the doors. I can't believe it's not that one room from E2, M3, and Doom. Well, we might be in here a while. I'm trying to avoid looking directly at, like, what's next to me, because there's, like, constant flashing lights there, which is not terribly enjoyable. Ow. Hello. Did I want to be on that when it went up? Oh, okay. I can call it down again, apparently. I don't feel great about having 30 health. Wait. Let's have more health. That seems like a better idea. I have to go back through that room again now, though, which means I'll have to go back through the lava balls and lose a bunch of health again, probably. So that might not have been the best idea. Oh, hello, what's this? Uh-huh. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't trust this room very much. Oh yeah, I guess a morpho of them would have been a good idea for that fight, huh? At least if they're not immune to it. Oh, and now I'm back up here anyway. Okay. I guess that works. Wait, wasn't I coming up these stairs at one point before? Maybe not. I don't think I've been in here. Yep. I can't see him, dude. I mean, that's the point. Okay, he's dead. I wasted a lot of ammo killing that guy. Oh, jeez. No, I'm realizing... Oh, jeez, there's another one, naturally. Alright, he's dead. They can actually get out here. Okay, you should be almost dead. There you go. Yeah, they do have an explosion effect. Problem. I can't see him over the other one. These guys basically have the cacodemon problem. Okay, he's also dead. The cacodemon problem being, like, when the cacodemon dies, its corpse blocks your line of sight to everything. Oh, we seem to have found the forge part of the iron forge. Holy crap, there's some health here. Is there some on the other side, too? No. Oh, that's actually a damage pit there. I would not have wanted to walk all the way down there. It feels like there should be, like, light coming off of these or something, and there isn't really. Wait, are any of these... No, I wouldn't expect them to be interactable. Okay. I don't know what the point of that was. The thing is, because I am not familiar with the source material, I don't know, like, how much of this exists just to be faithful to the source material versus how much of it exists for progression. I guess we can try this door. Yeah, I had a feeling that would happen. Let's, go back out here for a second. Oh, I can't believe that hit me. I was hoping I could go up to the other side, but nope. I think I killed everything. Another yellow door. Or no, a yellow door. I don't know if I actually found a yellow door before. We found the yellow key earlier. Hi. Ow. Oh, well, that was bad. Why is that button not working all the time? There we go. There's so many of them down there. I am almost dead, dude. There's nothing there. I almost got stuck. Doorways are evil. How much ammo do I have for this? Okay, they're dead. There's one left, but he wandered off. Yeah, this actually lowers too fast for you to be able to run across it. Uh-oh. That seems bad. Does that lower all the way down? It sure does. Okay. Right, I shouldn't have done that. This is bad, because I don't know if I can go anywhere. Oh, apparently I can. Okay. Okay, everybody's dead. Heard a snake, didn't I? Or rather, an ophidian. We can only go in from this side. There might have been something else. There was something else across from there. Oh boy. What the heck is this room? Honestly, I almost dislike this version of the crossbow, because between the slower fire rate and the fact that, like, if you're in a narrow corridor, the outermost projectiles will just hit a wall anyway. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I don't trust this room, and I was correct to not trust this room. Yep, fucking dead. Okay. So it seems like... Oh, did I just run into that one? I just ran into that one. Okay, that was kind of silly of me, I guess. You can technically fit in between these things. I don't know how you're supposed to get to that one. Is there actually something I should be able to do in this place? I may be able to actually navigate in between parts of this. So I'm gonna go slower than others. Yeah, that's bad. Wait, where did he... Oh, no, he's right in front of me now. Okay, good, he's dead. Jesus. Because that guy could have probably one-shot me. God damn it, dude. It's actually too wide. Alright, I seem to be actually safe here. It's basically like that one room of Guardian of Steel. Except I feel like the traps were a little easier to see in that. Because, like, this is blending together between walls that are actually fine and then actual traps. Where am I going? What the heck? Cool, there was one behind me and I didn't know about it. And now I have 7 health. I guess 2 of those lowered at once, basically, and I didn't realize it. Because, I mean, like, it probably made a sound. But everything else is making the same sound. Yeah, remember when they said the Ophidian's projectiles move faster? Yeah, that's what killed me. Alright, let's try doing this again. And this time, wait. Where exactly am I? That's how you get over here. Okay. I mean, sure, I guess. Okay, if you pay attention to the ceiling, actually, it is more clear. Well, fuck. I didn't realize I saved that far back. Okay. Yeah, so you see that lower? This lowers at the same time. There's 3 of them that lower. Cool, I have 3 health. Cool, I have 0 health. Not a fan of this hallway. Fortunately, I think I can get a more direct line of sight to them with this weapon than they can get to me. But yeah, those things coming down are basically silent because of all the other sounds going on. Okay, I think we're clear this time. That looks like a modified Doom switch. Can't shoot it, that doesn't do anything. Am I guess we're going this way? Wait, no, is that where I... That is where I came from. What am I doing here? Oh, that's what we're doing. Didn't know that existed. Oh, that lowers that. Okay. Now where the heck am I? Also, a reminder that there was like another path that I probably could have taken way earlier that I didn't. Uh-oh. This looks like an arena. It is, in fact, an arena. Oh no, there's two of them. Okay, I basically got, like, stun-locked into that, so that feels bad. Where did I find the mace? Or was that actually... Oh, okay, I see. It was against that wall. Wondering why they're giving me L-stab ammo. Oh, I wasted half of those shots. Dude, I literally got hit by one thing after fighting them for 2 minutes, and that was enough to kill me. That feels pretty bad. Although I admit I was not paying attention to my health, so it was probably already kind of low. Because, I mean, like, that they give you 200 armor for this fight, too. Okay, we got one of them. Why is this guy taking forever? Thank you. Pick up the other mace spheres. Okay, there were also a few Phoenix Rod orbs here, flame orbs. Oh, well that's interesting. Oh, that's actually really cool, because then, like, the dragon insignia here becomes 3D. Can we actually see that on the map? Yeah, you can. Well, dragon or phoenix or something. I wonder if I could have done that and ignored the Molotovs, but I'm assuming that that first switch was probably barred until I killed them. There's a lot happening here all of a sudden. Could really use a BFG right now. Look at all these guys, what the hell, dude? And of course this is barred, so you can't go back. Well, I'm glad I saved after killing the Molotovs. Suddenly this is a slaughter map. I don't know if that really qualifies as a slaughter map, but it sure as hell turned into bullet hell. But at least they give you time to admire the 3D Phoenix before you go out into this nonsense. I hope I can still go back, because like I said, there was a part of the map that I, like, didn't even explore yet that was way earlier. But yeah, there's not really a good place to be right now, it feels like. This is one of those times where it's like, I would like to just figure out where I'm supposed to go and go there, but you can't really explore when you're being attacked by this much crap at once. And this is way too many projectiles, like way too many disciples at once. Turn some of them into chickens, maybe that'll help. Still too many of them. Need more chickens. Oh. Cursed by a wizard. They're called wizards? I thought they're called disciples of the Sparrow. So yeah, that's a mess, and I don't know what you're supposed to do there besides die. This is exactly the kind of thing I do not enjoy in map design. It's like, you know, either let me explore and find out what I'm supposed to do, or make me fight things. But if you're gonna make me fight things, then, like, give me some degree of cover, because there's basically none here. So there was the switch here, right? Or no, I guess there was just the morph of them there. I seriously don't know what you're supposed to do from here. Can I go over that? I can go over that. Oh, hi, there's one of those guys. Well, that's not great. Okay, that just seems worse. That just seems worse. Like, cool, I explored in another direction, and that just had more crap in it. Can I see anything from here? Oh, you can see it up there, too. You know, I never looked up. That's also really cool. Alright, let's actually save, like, right before the switch after I've collected all the things this time. Actually, let me check one other thing. Can I go back now? No, it's already blocked off. Okay. Oh, that's a switch. Maybe that does something useful. Oh, that let me go down here. What's down here? The exit? Yeah, that's seriously the exit. I killed less than half of the enemies in the level finding that exit. I'm guessing the teleport might let you go back and re-explore, which I would kind of like to do, because like I said, I unwittingly skipped a room earlier. But yeah, it sure seems like you should just not bother with any of this crap. Just don't engage. And, like, that is exactly the kind of level design I don't like, because it's like, so you're basically telling me that it is more enjoyable to not play your map, basically. Was it inside of this? I don't know what that's about. Oh, this only brings you back there. Oh, that opens it, though. Okay, so now... So here's the thing, though. Okay, we can go back there. Does this bring me somewhere interesting? Where is this? Okay, this is over here. So now I'm back here. Yeah, this is far enough back that I can explore what I want to look at. But I'm going to have to take some damage to get this elevator down again. But it doesn't actually hurt you that much. At least when you have some armor. I never got the gold key. Or the yellow key. Did I go in here? I don't think this is the Hell Staff. Oh, and that's the homing effect. Okay, yeah, what the? Totally didn't see him. There was, in fact, a second Ophidian. But yeah, we need to find the damn key, dude. Okay, yeah, so I had never gone in here, and this isn't even the only place I hadn't gone to, but, like, this is just showing you how much stuff there is that you don't even necessarily have to explore. So is there another one, or what? Yeah, he's over there. Alright, now where am I? Strange. I heard something warp in. Oh, well, wasn't that lovely? Keep in mind, most of the enemies we're hearing are, like, from... Oh, I have 6 health. Well, that sucks. And now I have to go down here again. Oh, that does a hell of a lot more damage when I don't have armor. Holy fuck. Okay. That's really unfortunate. I don't have any reason to want to go there anymore, I don't think. It really stinks that there's no other way to get back across. You basically have to take damage if you want to go back. Because it's like, I don't want to waste the ring now. But I basically have to waste like 20 health otherwise. Go further back and see if I can find any supplies that I overlooked. Oh no. Oh, okay, that was just one of those guys. I thought that the enemies from the end of the level were gonna bridge into here. So that room is still there. This is where I also wanted to re-explore things, actually. That I didn't take out of here. This is where I had ended up going. Instead of the other place that I could have gone in here. So let's go back through here. I found some health. Again, I like how, like, if you look at the ceiling, it just looks like a disco ball or something. Which side am I trying to... Wait, was that the side I actually wanted to be on? I'm confused now. Did I actually just come back? What the fuck? Where did you come from, you piece of shit? I guess they can get here from the end of the map. What I'm trying to figure out... No, this is the side that had the elevator. Hang on, let me look at the other side. Was this actually... No, because that's where I'm fairly certain there was still another room in here that I wanted to, like, look into that I hadn't been to. Yeah, they're coming over the wall. That's what's happening. And the problem is I can't dodge them once, like, I'm a sitting duck in that room. Of course, they probably don't intend for you to do this after you've been to the end of the level. This is the part that had the lava balls, though, so, like, that should have been the side that had that already. Now I'm confused, because, like, I swear there was a side that I didn't explore here. But maybe it was, maybe it's just that I got to it by alternate means. How many directions can you exit from here? It should be at least 2. I was looking at the map. Could be all 3 of those sides, actually, but that is the higher side, so yeah, no, I think I've already done everything. Yeah, because that is the part that will kill you. And if I really want to go back, I could probably go back this way. Yeah, okay. This is, yeah, this was where we started. Yeah. Question is, how the hell do we get that cake? You're definitely not gonna, like, run over to that. It seems like that's gotta involve secrets. These doors are still not open. These doors never open. I guess. Because this is the very beginning of the map now. It just feels like I've left a lot of stones unturned here. Which makes me kind of want to investigate more, but the ridiculous amount of enemies that are just floating about on the exit side of the map don't really encourage me to explore at all. How did you get all the way over here, dude? Clearly there are more of them. So, I mean, I effectively finished the map initially in just, like, half an hour or so. Wow, I can't believe that would have hit me. Dude, are you fucking kidding? I hate that I have to be fucking perfect with everything because there's no fucking help. And yeah, this is how many of these things were at the... This is how many of these things were at the end of the level before. Like, nothing about this is at all reasonable. Like, the end of the level was definitely intended for you to not actually fight anything. Once you beat the Molotovs, you're supposed to hit the switches, and then figure out how the hell to get out of there to the exit and not fight anything, and leave over half of the enemies in the level not fought. Which just seems extremely silly. I heavily disagree with level design that is predicated on not fighting anything because the level doesn't give you resources or cover or what have you in order to fight the things that exist in the level. It's like, I don't even know that I have enough ammo to, like, deal with all of that shit. I just want to know how to get that key. I don't know if I'm gonna figure it out. Oh. Well, you got to, you were the first one to test the new raid noise because I had to re-implement it. Octane, thanks for the raid. What were you up to? We are, Oh, you were doing shmups. Alright, cool. Yeah, shmups are a regular occurrence on this channel on Thursdays. Although this might as well be a bullet hell game right now, because there are about 50 disciples of Disparral at the end of this map, and they have floated over. They're just constantly tailing me wherever I end up. I'm just trying to explore things now, but they don't want to let me. But yeah, this is a 2018 WOD that also includes some gameplay modifications to Heretic that became what would be known as the Wayfarer, which came out in 2019, and also some of those modifications were incorporated into the official remaster in 2025. Well, the problem is there's very little health. Like, there's like 100 enemies at the end of the level that don't seem intended to be fought. And now I'm fighting them because these guys can fly, so they followed me back to the beginning of the level. I just want to find more stuff. Because there's like 8 secrets and I found 1. And there's this key that I would like to understand how to get to, because I found the door later. But apparently it's completely optional. That guy died. I'm very low on arrows at this point. I still hear more of them. I'm gonna save those so that I don't keep wasting time. More of them up there. Some of them have been nice enough to drop ammo, though I don't know if I want to go for that one. They're still coming. I have to say, though, this is a much more reasonable way to fight them than at the end of the level, where everything is just wide open. Like, the end of the level actually looked like a shmup. Like a bullet hell game. Well, that was unfortunate. I'm going to run out of ammo for things. I don't think I found a Tome of Power anywhere either. Alright, are we done? No, there's still more of them, dude. I guess I blame Not Jabba for this, because Not Jabba was apparently responsible for a lot of the thing placement and combat and whatnot. And Not Jabba apparently decided, yeah, it would be totally reasonable to just spawn like 100 enemies on the player at the end of the map. Alright, are we actually done with those guys now? Can I actually get on with looking at the level again? Thank goodness. How many kills are we at now? We're at 125. How many kills were we at before that? 84. There might have been like 40 of those guys. Yes, this is a single map. It's a single map that is apparently modeled after Iron Keep and Dark Souls 2. It's certainly rude enough to be from a Souls game. I still hear more of those guys. I don't trust this. So I came back here because I wasn't sure I had... What? Yep, there you are. Okay, he's dead. So I originally came back here because I thought there was an area that I hadn't actually explored, but it seems like I did end up exploring it because this brings you to the same place that that does. Also, that door is apparently only openable from one side. So basically, you can either go through that middle room and cross the bridge with a bunch of magma balls on it, or you can come over this way, and that gets you here either way. Did I leave anything down here? I really want to think that's something that's supposed to open, but no, maybe not. Wrath of Cronus. Have I heard of that one? Because, oh, right, I forgot when I alt-tab out of this. It loses the audio. But, the one Hexen WOD that I had heard of a long time ago, I think, was Shadows of Kronos. I don't know if I had heard of Wrath of Kronos before. I don't see a page for it here. I see a Wrath of Kronos, allegedly unofficial mod. Oh, wait, no, yeah, Wrath of Kronos. It's listed on the, GZDoom forums, apparently. Okay. And apparently it has versions for, like, all of the WODs? I was assuming it would be Hexen specific, but I'm seeing it listed for, like, Heretic and Doom and Strife as well. I'm gonna come down here to see if I left any items here. I'm guessing not. This part of the map was kind of puzzling because I couldn't really understand why it existed other than as a set piece, because, well, it's the Forge, we're in it now. Yeah, there's still more of those guys. Yeah, if I want to go back again, I have to go this way. So the one place that I had in mind to explore, I had already explored, actually. But, I don't know how to... I assume there's supposed to be a way to get the yellow key to lower. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't notice, like, the very fast flowing lava over there before. So that's also pretty neat. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oops. I'm wondering if I can technically get over there, but I doubt there's anything over there. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh wait, no. This was the other thing that I had wanted to explore, but I did end up exploring this. And then that's when I went around this whole thing, which led you on like a tightrope walk. Oh, hello. Hi. Go away. Thank you. Okay. And now we're at 128. Alright, but I only found one secret in the entire level, and there are definitely more secrets. Presumably that just kills you. I have to remember there were some other platforms that were originally here, but they just lower into the lava. When you say it's like Dark Souls, are you referring to that mod? And I guess that's, like, only a gameplay mod. It doesn't have any, like, specific maps to it. But I know I've seen people do, like... Isn't there, like, that one mod with cards that I've seen, like, Comfy by the Fire use when she plays some Doom 2 levels? Oh, it does have maps? Yeah, maybe I should look at it at some point. I have, just by reading the readmes for this, I've picked up a couple of other things that I should look at that were not on the featured mods list for the official remasters, but that are, like, tangentially related to this, because this was originally intended to be part of another WOD that came out much earlier, actually. And then, of course, there's Wayfarer, which the gameplay mods in this were part of, that came out later. Yeah, that's probably the page that I found. No, actually, that's a different page. Which post is... What thread is this? Oh, that's Abysm. I have at least heard of that. Oh, I'm sorry. I totally missed your Abysm message there. Yeah, I've heard didn't the latest one just come out? And I heard somebody refer to it as... So I have heard of that series before. I did not realize they were intended to be Dark Souls-like until I heard somebody phrase it as such very recently, actually. I don't play Souls games, so that gives me pause. And also, one thing I remembered thinking to myself when I saw screenshots of the earlier Abysm stuff was, like, a lot of it looked very dimly lit. And I was kind of like, I feel like this could use more lighting. Who's down here? It's probably something I could try to get to. Crap, where did I save, though? I need to go back there now. Okay, we're going all the way back again. Is Shadow Tower the, was Shadow Tower the sort of, like, King's Field offshoot? Because I don't know... I've tried to play a couple of newer King's Field-likes and haven't really gotten into them. Like, I tried the Queen's Domain demo and decided, that didn't feel terribly enjoyable to me. So, given that King's Field is basically that, but also way more jank, because it's, you know, PlayStation 1. Like, I don't think I could take that with more jank. I should go over to the other side. Then I should be able to get down there. Guess so. Oh, hello. Okay. All of the stairs are happening right now. Okay. Well, we found a second secret. Unfortunately, it's not the secret I need, but apparently it's the secret I deserve. I don't know. We found a pool. This is where you want to be when the rest of the world is burning, I guess. You know, like, the rest of this room is the entire Earth in 2026. Thanks, AI bros. What? Not another one. That guy wants in on the... He heard there was a pool party. Oh, I keep coming back to this and wondering, well, how do we lower it? I don't think I'm getting to it from above. But yeah, at some point I might at least look at the Abysm series, just because I'm curious. Like, Jazzmaster hung out in Major Arlene's Discord for a while, and that's how I heard about it originally, several years ago. And given how many entries there are in the series by this point, it's like, well, I mean, geez. Clearly a lot of effort has gone into it. There was really no point to me getting that. Yeah. Well, yeah, because a lot of the data centers are not using clean energy at all. Would there be anything else in this starting room? It does seem really strange to me that there were stairways on both sides, and, like, I mean, I guess that's so you can get back in if you fall down, but I think you would die long before you managed to do that. But it's like, why does this side exist? Yeah. I mean, mostly it comes down to hating a few rich idiots. But, unfortunately, there are far more idiots that are then easily swayed by the rich idiots. Anything else I can do from up here? Wait a minute. Can I? That does have a direct line to that key, but that seems like a pretty far jump to try to make. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Hexen is the game with the boots of speed, right? This doesn't have that. Oh man, I'm bonking all the walls. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Let me make sure I don't have, like, momentum where I saved. What I should be looking at... I did find a secret. This was the other secret I had found. There's another thing inside of this. Well, shit. And another thing inside of that, apparently. Oh. Well, we found it. It was right around the key. I was like, maybe we'll find it way later. Like, originally, I didn't know that the yellow key was gonna be a secret to begin with. So I was just assuming, oh, we'll find something later that lowers this, and then that never happened. Yeah, but is that even the same type of AI that's helping with medicine? Because usually, like, if it's Gen AI, it's being used to summarize patient, like, you know, patient visit information inaccurately, and then bad shit happens. Like, that has actually happened to people, where, like, it just makes up an entire medication or condition, you know, like, medication that they're not on, or condition they don't have. Okay, so now we have the yellow key. Now, where did I need the yellow key? Let's go back over here and maybe go up the safe direction. Because I'm pretty sure the yellow key door was, like, over on the other side of the map. Because it's like, you gotta remember... Yeah, here's the door. You gotta remember that, like, other forms of machine learning and natural language processing and stuff like that, those existed far before Gen AI did. And then, you know, now the term AI is co-opted. Okay. Well, maybe I think we're inside the forge proper now. Look at all this. What could possibly go wrong? More stairs. Uh-oh. This is an entire other arena, dude. I thought the entire other 100 enemies were explained by, like, the end of the map. But no, that wasn't even all of them. Whoa, that was a good time to run out of ammo, actually, because I almost rocketed myself. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah, those mace spears are not hitting anybody. Oh, I like how there's like the roof here. It's funny because at first the roof was almost imperceptible against the skybox. How much? Oh, I do have a ton of ammo for this now. Whoa, there's still another one of you. Okay. Yeah, this is a very interesting set piece. Like, I actually haven't found this completely unreasonable, as opposed... Like, the thing about this is there's cover. There's cover and there's plenty of room to move, which was not the case at the end of the level. So, this was a much more reasonable experience than the end of the level was. Yeah, Medieval definitely feels like a mix between Quake and Heretic. Because, like, the weapons in a Medieval, and arguably the enemies, are very Heretic, but then the level design is a little bit Quake. Like, to the point where they even have, like, the secret hardest difficulty in the opening hub. Something going on in here? So how many enemies did I kill? That was another, like, 50 enemies, almost. Oh, that lowers this. Okay, where does this go? Does this go to the roof and then we talk to Yoshi and get 99 lives? Holy shit. Oh no, not a good time. Am I supposed to fight this guy? This is how we're supposed to fight this guy. What? I meant to use... Oh shit, well... No, Yoshi, you're supposed to jump off the roof. You're not supposed to throw me off the roof. Okay, he's dead. I hope that wasn't a waste of that item, but it seemed like a pretty damn good place to use it, because how else are you expected to survive that fight? Other than get tossed off the roof, and then, like, I guess you could try sniping him from down there. That would take a while. And then a Medieval also got an expansion. I think it was the Black Labyrinth, which is like a sort of a precursor, like a prequel sort of deal. Okay, well, I'm glad I went back and looked for stuff. We're now at... Oh, it's 5 total secrets. I had somehow thought it was, like, way more than that. I thought it was, like, 8. Yeah, so you can't actually, like, climb up the roof, because there's this, like, big step over here. So you have to use the elevator to get up there. I suppose, though, if you had gotten knocked off the roof, the Molitor probably could have followed you down to at least this level. I don't know if he could have stepped down all the way. So maybe it wouldn't have been quite as awkward as I thought. And then the Molitor would say, "It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!" Okay, I don't think there's anything else to find here, so I guess we can go actually finish the level now. I'm certainly glad I spent more time on it, but... this level did not need as many frickin' Disciples of Disparal as it adds at the end of the level. Like, they intentionally made it possible for you to backtrack and explore, but it's like, okay, but you've unleashed all these Disciples of Disparal, so... And also, they make it possible to backtrack, but you have to take damage in order to backtrack. Really not a fan of that. Because once you go over here, there's no way to get back without taking damage, because you need to use that elevator. Do I really have to go all the way through this again? Is there not a way I can, like, cut through that now? I might actually have to go through this nonsense again. Wait. Which way am I going? Through here? Probably. I went that. Yeah, I went this way before. Okay. And now they're all piled up in here, probably. This is also going to be awkward. So yeah, they added an... They made it possible to backtrack, but they did not think it through at all. Because, like, maybe jumping 50 enemies at the player at the end of the level is gonna make backtracking a real pain in the ass. Ow. So yeah, this is the other half of the enemies that were still out here. Reminder, all of those disciples of Disparal that I ended up fighting at the beginning of the level, those were from here, actually. Oh, that was pretty funny. Well, am I hitting you? There we go. Why are they all just over here? I still can't believe I didn't find any Tomes of Power in this level. Found a few more Phobums, but Tomes of Power? No, absolutely not. I suppose I also did find Time Bombs of the Ancients, which I ended up not using at all. So, I mean, I suppose there is that. Yeah, it sure seems like there's nothing to really do out here. And that's where the end of the level is. Glad that wall, that little piece of wall over here was there, because that red one would have hit me and that would have been bad. So actually, once you go over here, you can't go back this way. You have to walk across the lava again. And that switch is what opened the way to the exit. Look at that off in the distance over there. Like, that's totally just there for scenery, I think. I don't think you can get over to that. Realistically. Maybe if I still had the frickin' invulnerability ring. But, like, there's no way to, like, climb over that, so it seems like it's just for scenery. I actually killed all but one enemy? You're kidding. I am surprised I actually lured them all out. Is the one enemy still here somewhere? It sounds like it is. Another, warrior dude or whatever. Jeez, there is more stuff out here. Good lord. It's ridiculous the amount of stuff there is here. I'm hearing him attack. Where is he? I don't know what would possess you to go all the way down here. It feels not worth... Oh, it's an invisible guy. That's why I can't see him. Don't know oh, is he just on top of that? Yeah, he is. Okay, actually, you know what we can do? Use the homing. I don't know that I'm hitting him. The homing isn't working. Okay, I think he died. We did it. We got 100% enemies. We're not going to get 100% secrets. I don't think I care enough to spend even more time on this when I've already more than doubled my playtime just trying to find the yellow key, or find out how to get the yellow key and then go back to the door, which was largely, the amount of time spent on that was largely extended because of the gazillion disciples of Disparel. The other thing I'm curious about, though, is this is still just here. And, like, I want to think that that could be something, too, but I don't know if it actually is. I mean, it does seem to be mapped as a solid wall, so maybe it's not? I don't remember what the code is for giving, like, all of the map to the player. I don't think I found an auto map equivalent in this. Nope, there's nothing there. Okay. That was the one other thing I was curious about. I was like, does that open up if you find other secrets? But I guess not. Alright, I'll settle for that. We did kill everything, which I was not expecting to do with how the end of that level went. But, so, killing everything at the end of the level does not feel like something reasonable to be expected to do when all of the disciples of Disparel are also flying around there as well, because there's, like, no cover there. And there's, what, 25 of them or something? So, in addition to all the other guys that are shooting at you. So yeah, the end of that map was brutal. There were interesting parts to it, though, for sure. And again, like, I probably would have appreciated it more if I were familiar with Dark Souls 2, which I am not. But there you go. So that was the Iron Forge. I'm going to take a break, and then we will, I suppose, move on to at least starting the Wayfarer. I'm not sure we will be finishing it today, because it is a full episode, but we'll start taking a look at that in a few minutes when I get back. Alright. Oh, I think I have to recapture the game. It's kind of goofy. There we go. I'll probably have to recapture it again when I actually start playing it, because it'll probably have the same thing happen that happened last time with the Iron Forge. But okay, we're back. Let me reset the timer also. So, with the Iron Forge behind us, which already incorporated some of the modifications that we are about to see in this, we're going to play the Wayfarer. This is also by Not Java, and is a set of gameplay modifications and also a full 9-map episode. Includes 2 new enemies, 2 new artifacts, a new weapon, plenty of custom decorations and textures, custom bosses, and more. So we didn't get any of the custom weapons or enemies, we just got in when I played the Iron Forge, but we got like a lot of the weapon and enemy adjustments. But now we're gonna get like brand new stuff as well. The episode includes a built-in gameplay mod that rebalances Heretic in ways that are mostly subtle but make the game a lot more engaging to play. Many enemies' attacks are more dangerous, as I already found out by getting one-shot a lot of times, and most of the players' weapons are more powerful, allowing certain weapons to have more useful combat niches and eliminate the grindiness associated with vanilla Heretic's weapon monster balance. Yeah, so that's why they made both you and the monsters hit harder, I guess. It's like you weren't supposed to make it less grindy for monsters to kill me, too, but no, they did. See wayfarerinfo.txt for more information, including the story, tips on playing the episode, a rundown of the new enemies and items, and a complete list of gameplay modifications. So I did already read the list of gameplay changes in Iron Forge, so this is going to at least somewhat overlap with that. But we'll see what else there is to read, too. And then the full credits are also in that separate text file. But there's new sounds and new music and new graphics in this. It replaces the entire first episode. It has both single-player and co-op support, and difficulty settings implemented. Build time was a bit over 2 years. Built using Slade 3, Doom Builder 2, and Doom Builder X. Only tested with GZDoom 281 and GZDoom 360. I'm using GZDoom again. It says any relatively recent version of the ports should be fine, but, you know, that was written in 2019, presumably, and I know that GZDoom is not exactly the most well-known thing for backwards compatibility. Alright, let me look at the wayfarerinfo.txt. There's a lot in here. So first off, it talks about compatibility and settings. Okay, yeah, we don't intend for jumping and crashing to be used. They are designed based on software rendering. I gotta figure out how to change to that, because, like, in this version of GZDoom, there's, like, separate menus for software and hardware rendering, but I'm like, how do I choose which one it uses? I need to find that setting. And unfortunately, this predates GZDoom's, like, search options feature. But yeah, it says, I would suggest using software or true color software mode unless you have a strong preference for OpenGL. Difficulty settings are designed as follows. Skill 1 and 2 are intended for very casual play. Skill 1 can be seen as a story mode. Skill 2 may be the ideal setting for many players using keyboard only. Skill 3 is designed to keep the adrenaline up but not be too strenuous. The average Doom player shouldn't have much trouble beating the maps and shouldn't have to worry much about managing inventory items mid-combat. Skill 4, challenging, especially in the later levels. This is the quote-unquote intended setting for skilled Doom players on their first playthrough. Managing inventory items mid-combat is important in the tougher battles, and you should be reasonably familiar with the behavior of Heretics items and tomed weapons. Skill 5, an extra challenge for players who find Skill 4 too comfortable. For those who are unfamiliar with Heretic, enemies do not respawn as they do in Doom's Nightmare setting, but all enemies and enemy projectiles are faster. Yeah, I would hate to see what Skill 5 looks like in Wayfarer when they already sped up projectiles. Like, I feel like the Ophidians would basically become effectively hit scan. I'm probably still gonna stick with skill 3, but we'll see whether the levels in this end up being a little less harsh than what we saw, especially at the end of the Iron Forge. Tips and strategies. In creating the Wayfarer, I've tried to get the most out of what Heretic has to offer, and although you can get pretty far with just the standard weapons and Doom tactics, it's important to understand that extra bit of mechanical depth that Heretic has. In particular, you'll need to be familiar with the inventory system and how to use the items as well as the tomed weapons. Tip: if you play with a mouse, I recommend binding the mouse wheel to scroll through your inventory items, and if you have a gaming mouse, bind one of the extra buttons to select or use item. I should honestly probably do that, because I've been using the keyboard for it. This makes it a lot easier to manage your inventory during combat. Aside from the portable health items, the most important item in the game is the Tome of Power, and its non-inventoried equivalent, the Sigil of Power, which I guess is new, because that doesn't exist in base Heretic. By giving all of your weapons more powerful attacks, it can give you an edge in a difficult fight, save you when you're backed into a corner, or just let you plow ahead more quickly by slicing a path through the opposition. The cool thing about tomed weapons is that each one has a distinct niche, and each one is extremely powerful in the right situation. Don't assume that because one of them seems more powerful, it will always be the best choice for a given situation. And then they actually detail each of the tomed weapons. Tomed Elven Wand, essentially a weak rapid-fire hit-scan shotgun, though it's much more potent compared to the regular wand. Wait, it's hit-scan? I didn't interpret it as being hit-scan in the tomed version. I thought the tomed projectiles were always visible. Though it's much more potent compared to the regular wand, it will be largely obsolete if you have any other ranged weapon. It's not as powerful as the tomed crossbow, but it has the benefit of being a hit-scan attack and is fairly likely to stun-lock enemies. I wonder if it was always hit-scan or if that's actually a change in this. Tomed crossbow, a projectile auto shotgun that puts out damage in a narrow fan shape. Because its damage is concentrated, it's a good choice for taking down powerful enemies, mowing through closely packed groups, or cleaning up the remnants of a bigger fight. Tomed Dragon Claw fires relatively slowly but is extremely good for crowd control. Its attack is effectively a hit scan, but on impact it fires out projectiles in multiple directions. Yeah, so the Iron Lich blue projectile is a little bit like the Tomed Dragon Claw, except that the initial Tomed Dragon Claw attack is hit scan. Also, I was gonna say, and I forgot to, that like the blue projectile by the Iron Lich kind of reminds me of the Wendigos in Hexen. They kind of have a similar idea because, like, it shoots into more projectiles when the initial projectile breaks. If you can aim the Tomed Dragon Claw into the middle of a cluster of enemies, it will damage many of them at once. If you've got enemies all around you, it offers good damage coverage over a wide area. Because of its high damage hit scan attack, it's usually the best tomed weapon against flying enemies. Huh. The thing about that, though, is it takes 5 ammo per shot. That's what usually discourages me from using it. It's extremely costly on ammo. Tomed Hellstaff fires a fairly powerful heat-seeking projectile that creates a rainstorm of damaging energy projectiles on impact. So the heat-seeking part is inherited from, like, the heat-seeking modification to the Hellstaff in this mod to begin with. Only 2 rainstorms can exist at a time. I feel like it wasn't that limited in the original Heretic. So the best use is usually to fire off 2 shots to create a defensive wall and then switch to a different weapon. However, sustained fire from this weapon is pretty powerful if you don't have a better option. Tomed Phoenix Rod, a short-range but extremely powerful flamethrower that melts enemies like butter. Though its limited range makes it difficult to use when you're under heavy fire, it's a very good weapon for eliminating powerful individual enemies quickly or clearing an escape path, and it has a high chance of stun locking. That's what I thought. Tomed Lightbringer. Lightbringer is a new weapon. Essentially a BFG. Gee, I wish I had that in the previous map for the end of it. But easier and more intuitive to control. It charges up and fires BFG-style tracers, hitting a large number of enemies at once. Good for breaking up large numbers of enemies very quickly if they're in a concentrated arrangement, dealing a killing blow to multiple scattered enemies, or dealing massive damage to a single enemy. Tomed Gauntlets of the Necromancer, a utility weapon that drains health from enemies and gives it to the player. I'm assuming that's new? I don't remember it doing that in vanilla, but I don't know the last time I tried using Tomed Gauntlets. I remember that the electricity turns red instead of green, I think. The usefulness of such a weapon should be obvious. It has a longer range than the standard gauntlets. The Morph Ovum and Time Bomb of the Ancients are good support items if you can afford to juggle them. The Morph Ovum in particular can be the difference between life and death if you are cornered, since it immediately renders most enemies completely harmless. Firing off several Morph Ovums or carpet bombing with Time Bombs while simultaneously using tomed weapons can result in mind-boggling amounts of damage to your unfortunate enemies. Or, you know, you could just end up blowing yourself up. The Shadow Sphere is essentially a limited invincibility power-up that comes at the cost of making enemies aim erratically, like Doom's Invisibility Sphere. It makes the player immune to red and green undead warrior axes. Oh. I'm wondering if I knew about that and forgot about it. I highly doubt that the original manual would have said something about that, but let's check, because somehow that idea sounds familiar. Let me see what the original manual said about the Shadow Sphere. Did I skip the items section of the manual? It's the weapons. Oh, here we go. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, it just says temporarily renders you partially invisible, so I'm not sure if the whole, like, warrior axes passing through you, if that's entirely specific to this. But yeah, basically means certain projectiles don't hurt you anymore. It doesn't mention the golems, though, but it mentions red and green undead warrior axes and the ice attacks from Iron Liches. Most importantly, it foils the tracking ability of the Iron Lich tornadoes, making them effectively useless. Since it makes the player nearly immune to two common enemies, it can be used strategically to make certain battles much less dangerous. Yeah, I guess it doesn't mention the disciples either, though. So I'm, like, wondering whether it would have actually been useful in the final area of Iron Forge. But I also didn't see any of that mentioned in the game changes.txt, or gameplay changes, in that map. The World of the Wayfarer. Alright, now we have plot time. Your name is Corvus, and because no one has spoken it in so long that you have nearly forgotten, it has become a watchword within your soul, an object of great importance to you. But among the servants of Disparol, who still sometimes speak the old tongues of men, you are known simply as the Wayfarer. To them, you are an almost mythical figure, a force of aimless wandering retribution, leaving behind a weave... Should that be wave or weave? I don't know. A weave of destruction like a termite boring endless paths through a wooden wall. Yeah, I guess it is a weave. Okay. You have destroyed their master, and they no longer know what you seek. What you desire is a purpose, a ragged band of survivors to unite, or perhaps, failing that, some other realm to protect, some greater vengeance to bring down upon the demons that still stalk among the stars. But though you have crossed the continents of the Seven Nations and forayed into far stronger realms, you cannot find another living soul, only an empire of soulless husks and mindless automatons, hunkered into an endless succession of dark fortresses and ruined cities. You have all but abandoned hope when you come across the first sign, a campfire, weeks old and all but buried. Casting about, you pick up the trail, a series of signals that have been left for only a master tracker to find. You follow the trail for many days, at last finding the source among the broken cliffs of a secluded seaside. She is an old ranger, a Sithé like yourself, and she is in her final hours, the wound in her side reeking of foul poison. Before she succumbs, she tells you all she knows. Across the water lies the Onyx Citadel, the greatest of Disparol's fortresses in this realm. Somewhere within its walls, the High Disciple of Disparol keeps the Serpent Gate, the path by which Disparol and his brothers came to the world and by which the two elder Serpent Riders left, in search of other conquests. The old ranger has hidden a boat in the rocks below. It is small, but you will need stealth to make the crossing without being overcome on the water. And so you make the journey, following the path the old ranger laid out for you. Beyond the bridge of Karazhan is a small port, weakly defended, and if you can gain a foothold there, the way to the Citadel will be open to you. You float into the harbor in total silence, oars shipped, cloaked in shadows, barely daring to breathe, but at last you stand upon the docks. I'm telling you, it always starts with docks. You take a deep breath, mourning for the old ranger, and for all of your people who were lost. But you also feel a fire burning deep inside you, and you know that nothing will stop you from slaying the High Disciple and claiming the Serpent Gate. And then the world of Parthoris and the stars themselves will be at your fingertips. There's that name Parthoris again. Alright, so here's the section on new artifacts, and the first thing it mentions is the Sigil of Power. Created by the Serpent Rider and his minions as an answer to the Cita Elves' Tome of Power, this corrupt artifact bears the sulphurous scent of evil. Nonetheless, it remains quite useful in battle, and marauding Sith should not be averse to using the artifact against its creators. It grants all of the same weapon power-ups as the Tome of Power, but activates immediately on pickup and lasts for 15 seconds instead of 40. Might of Tysonius. Guess what that is? This artifact was the prized creation of the warrior mage Tysonius, who preferred to face his opponents head-on but was not above magically augmenting his own abilities beforehand. Upon pickup, it instantly grants 25 health and increases the damage of the staff as though it were tomed for the duration of the level. It's a Berserk power-up, because, you know, Doom had the Berserk power-up. Heretic didn't have the Berserk power-up. Why the hell not? This is putting it back. Note, this augmented staff does not hit ghost enemies. Tyson players can still hit ghosts using the wand, gauntlets, or tomed staff. So the tomed staff can hit ghost enemies, but this power-up can't, but otherwise it does act like the tomed staff in terms of damage. New weapons. Lightbringer. Legend has it that the Lightbringer was gifted to the Sith by gods from another world. Whatever its origins, it is the most powerful weapon the Sith possessed, and much was written of its greater elegance and effectiveness compared to the human-made fire mace. Yeah, let's just all clown on the fire mace right now. The weapon fires bolts of magical light that pierce through multiple enemies and ricochet off of walls, making it very effective against large groups of foes, or for dealing repeated damage to more powerful enemies in enclosed spaces. When tomed, the weapon delivers a searing swath of damage designed to melt the flesh off of nearly every enemy in sight. Okay, then we've got new enemies. There are several of these. Serpent Keeper. The Onyx Citadel is home to Disparal's serpent breeding program, and these powerful once-human warriors remain devoted to the daily care and breeding of the beasts, regarding it as the key to their dead master's legacy. In battle, they are relentless and deadly, particularly owing to their ability to put on bursts of extra speed without warning. They are magically immune to the fireballs of the Chaos Serpents. Well, isn't that convenient? Lesser Chaos Serpent. During the conquest, these monstrous reptilian creatures were often found at the front lines of Disparal's armies, where they sowed terror among the Serpent Rider's enemies. Now, however, they are more likely to be seen wandering the grounds of their master's many fortresses, where they enjoy the privileges of treasured pets, albeit treasured pets that are violently unpredictable and extremely dangerous even to their own allies. Except the Serpent Keepers, apparently. Though they are somewhat weaker in constitution than Disparal's mount, their fire-spewing abilities are considerably more impressive, making them formidable foes. Rokastus. Rokastus is a true believer. His devotion and his skill in service to Disparal were so great that the Serpent Rider granted him true immortality rather than the sham of unlife that served as the reward for his lesser servants. Though arguably this is because Rokastus had no shred of humanity that could be robbed from him. So basically an AI bro. Though his duties as head Serpent Keeper have kept him near the grounds of the Onyx Citadel, he knows that you killed his master and wants nothing more than to destroy you. Beware lest you be crushed between his gauntleted fists. Greater Chaos Serpent. Occasionally, the Serpent Breeding Program produces specimens that are vastly more powerful than the common Chaos Serpent. Disparal used one such creature as a mount. Another dwells at the Onyx Citadel under the personal care of Rokastus. The High Disciple of Disparal. Entrenched within the Onyx Citadel, the High Disciple is now the de facto ruler of all that was once Disparal's domain. Little is known about him, but it was rumored in the time when there were still living tongues to spread rumors, that his abilities nearly rivaled those of Desparrow himself. Defeating him will be no easy task, as he will not only be well guarded, but will also deploy a variety of powerful magic against you. I have one comment about that paragraph, because they used the word domain, but they didn't spell it the way that the 5th episode spells it. Okay, and then we've got the changes from Heretic section. In addition to the content listed, the new content listed above, I've implemented a variety of mostly minor tweaks to the game, which are intended to make the gameplay smoother, improve the overall balance, fix a few weird design choices that could be considered features but are probably bugs, and so on. The goal of these design tweaks, along with the new additions to the bestiary and arsenal, is to make the game more fun to play and easier for level designers to work with. So this includes a complete list. I'm going to try to scan ahead on this and not repeat things that we already knew about from, like, things that we already saw in the Iron Forge before this. They do explicitly say the staff has a longer melee range. I don't remember if it said that in here. Yeah, I don't think that was mentioned in the other README. So far, everything I'm reading was already seen in the Iron Forge gameplay changes file. Okay, this is a new one. The Toned Phoenix Rod has had its attack behavior rewritten to eliminate the unpleasant hard coding. It no longer transfers the player's momentum to the projectile, meaning that you can now aim and dodge at the same time. Heh. Although if that's what I think it is, it honestly looked cool though, so like I'm almost worried that it won't look as cool now. And it depletes ammo steadily over time instead of the wonky vanilla behavior where it depleted 1 ammo for each time you hold down fire and then forced the weapon to shut down periodically. Following Rot King's lead from Elf Gets Pissed, there's that name again, the Lightbringer has been added to the game as a replacement for the Fire Mace. Okay, so it seriously replaces the slot. The Fire Mace hasn't been overwritten, meaning that you can place both weapons on a map, or cheat in the Fire Mace if desired. Okay, so I guess the Lightbringer shows up first and Elf Gets Pissed then. The Fire Mace does still have, like, the same spawning behavior tweaks that we saw listed for Iron Forge. And also the damage tweaks. Huh, okay, there's artifact changes that I don't recall seeing in the other one. The Chaos Device no longer transfers between levels. Okay, there's the increase to the Time Bomb cap to 25, that we did see. Time Bombs no longer count toward item percentage. Yeah, that would kind of stink, wouldn't it? If, like, you couldn't get 100% items just because you were already fully stocked. The Ring of Invulnerability and Chaos Device are now bright. In other words, you can see them in the dark. Okay, now I'm reading through the enemy changes. And so far, these look the same as what we saw before. The weaker melee gargoyle variant uses its charge attack slightly more often. I don't think I saw that one listed in the other quad. The Nitro Golem and Undead Warrior have slightly less health. But the ghost versions of both Golem ghost versions still have the same health as vanilla. The Ophidian and Molitor have less health. I don't think that was listed in the other one. Boy, that would have made part of that more reasonable. Because for whatever reason, it took me forever to kill the second Molitor in that arena fight in Iron Forge. The Iron Lich has significantly higher mass. I don't remember that one being listed either, but that kind of makes sense. Yeah, there's like the same adjustments in terms of infighting and drops. Oh, okay, except because this has the added Sigil of Power, they didn't just straight up remove the Tome of Power from the Disciples' drop pool. Instead, they swapped it with the Sigil of Power. That's a fun effect, and it makes sense given the lore that they attached to the Sigil of Power, that it was like... It was the, you know, the demon's... replica of the Tome of Power, basically. Ghost enemies and players using the Shadow Sphere are now immune to the ice shards from the Iron Lich Ice Ball. Previously, they were immune to the Ice Ball, but not the shards. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that you could potentially interpret as like an oversight or bug, but in the original game, but like who knows for sure. Then there's sound adjustments, which has the same roll-off adjustments. There's the same sound adjustments for certain things to sound more powerful. And the separate impact sounds for some of, like, the enemy projectiles and stuff. Graphics and miscellaneous. Water flats now tile properly, without a sharp seam around the edges. Well, that seems like a good thing. And removed a stray floating pixel from the Were-Dragon corpse. Wow. Alright, and now for the credits section. Mapping, gameplay rebalance, new items and story by Not Java. Textures by Baker's Legacy, from Hexen, by Fuzzball, Icor, Ettengrinder, that's like Etten from Hexen. The capitalization in their username is throwing me off. The Medieval Texture Pack, Force Fields, Waterfalls, Weapon Armor Racks, Minor Edits, Recolors by Not Java. Skies by Mechadon, Decorations from Hexen, Firebowl and Fire Pillars by Zryon the Insect, Disparal Statue by Captain Toenail, Hanging Skull Clusters by Soundblock from Echelon, edited by Not Java, Inkwell, Minor Edits, Recolors by Not Java. Weapons, Lightbringer by Ghastly Dragon, Zacer, Zero Prophet, Neoworm, Ariance, and Neural Stunner. Additional sound from Captain Toenail's Apotheosis. Oh. Apotheosis was the custom weapon that appeared in Twisted Reality that I played last Sunday. I hope that means we don't have the constant buzzing noise, because that was honestly really annoying. Weapon Sprite, Bright Maps, and Smoother Hell Staff Animation by Spadger. Staff Animations by OSJC, which was mentioned before. Sound Edits by Zazer. Phoenix Rod Replacement Sounds from Hexen 2. Interesting. Monsters. Butcher, which is the Serpent Keeper by Rolls and Ghastly Dragon. Juggernaut, which is Rakastus by Captain Toenail. Disciple, the High Disciple by Ariance and Ghastly Dragon. Sound Edits by Zazer. Additional decorate and balancing by Not Java. And then there's the music credits. We've got stuff from Viscera Maelstrom, which if I recall correctly goes by a different name nowadays. But I don't see the other ones listed here. I would have to look them up elsewhere. We've got Alfonso credited on a few of them. There is a MIDI file from Lands of Lore. And there's one by Blue Warrior, and... Oh, one of them is by Viscera Maelstrom with inspiration from Guardhouse by Jimmy. Then we've got primary playtesting by Fonz and RDWPA. And a whole lot of special thanks. Including Rot King, Morbid Brute, Christus. Is that the same Christus I'm thinking of, who is involved in, like, everything? NAL, For the future Time Splitter's regular font, which is used in the title pick. Oh, that's funny. Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense. Gez, Grafzal, and Spadger for help with Decorate. Dragonfly, Anatak, Arctangent, J. Mickle, Spadger, and Bloodshedder for help with ACS. And then a whole bunch of additional playtesting and bug catching from Boris, the Werecat, Fluffy Shambler, Francis, T18, Gez, Icor, Jimmy, and Morbid Brute, and Spadger. Okay, we've read all of the things. Let's actually play the thing. And I'm probably gonna have to fix the capture again. Whoops. Alright, let's, back into the game here. So far it's capturing. Now the first thing I need to do is they said I should be playing this in software mode. So see how there's OpenGL renderer and software renderer? The question is, how do I pick which one is used? Also, it's really hard to read this when there's text there, so let me do that just so I can read. But yeah, definitely new music going on. I'm seriously just, like, trying to find where you set which renderer gets used. Like, is there something in here that's supposed to turn, you know, turn one or the other on or off? Like, do I actually have to frickin' go look up how to switch modes? Because I do not see an actual mode switch in here. I'm gonna look it up because I have no idea. Because it's like, how do you have two renderers and you have one submenu for each, but there's nowhere that chooses the renderer? Wait, is there another menu that I should be looking at? Is it in here? There it is! Okay. There's Doom Software Renderer. And then there's True Color. They said use one of those. Wait. Oh, that's True Color Soft Poly. Okay. I don't know how much different True Color looks from Doom Software Renderer, but I think they said using True Color Software Renderer was fine too, so let's do that. Alright, let's actually start this thing. Thanks to those who stuck around for all of the readme things. We'll actually get into the game proper now. Let's remind ourselves what music this is. This is Cold Water by Viscera Maelstrom. And they're giving us a tome of power right off the bat. Honestly, I probably should have been using the software renderer all along. I just didn't find that bloody option, and now I feel bad for playing the last couple of things I've played with the OpenGL renderer. I heard that. Again, what is the name of this? Fires of Morning. Which I suppose is meant to refer to your ally who died. Yeah, well, I wondered if it would mean, like, a little bit more potential, like, depth in terms of, like, the textures, appearance, and whatnot. Yeah, let me actually pick up all of these wand crystals. It looks like there's stuff over there. But I can't actually walk over that. I was probably intended to use the tome for all of these enemies. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so it shows that in a different... shows it in a different color when it's for a different wad that you don't have loaded. Well, we've got a crate. Did we have more crates over here, actually? No, that's not crates. That's an actual landmass. Oh, nice. I actually interrupted him before he got to fire at me. Oh, well, now I have plenty of ammo. Okay. I imagine we need to find a switch. Oh, wait, there's stairs here. Another one? Oh. Alright. There's a lot going on in this room. What? Hi, where'd he come from? We got gauntlets down there. Nice of him to make me turn around and find those. Actually, I didn't really test the gauntlets much. And I should test them, because they're supposed to stun lock things better. He still sounded like he was going to get an attack off in there, but yeah, it definitely seems like it keeps them locked a lot more rigidly. Like, it feels like the lockup happens more frequently. Huh. How did that get there? Presumably that was not there before. Oh, and that's an elevator. Okay, well that's nice. Oh wait, is this actually... Yeah, this is behind the starting point. So this is actually the teleporter I saw before. Uh-huh. Uh-oh. Yep, the gauntlets seem good. Probably should have found some excuses to use them when I was playing the Iron Forge, honestly. Okay, yeah, we can't actually go over there. So that was basically all punishment for picking up the shield. Punishment for picking up armor. I can't believe this isn't a custom Quake level. So where does this go? Oh, this just goes back to where we started that. This part right here is reminding me of a Doom level. And I can't remember what it was in. But it was one that I got stuck on for a while. Because there was like a sequence of switch-operated doors. across there. Okay. Purpose to those crates. They seem to be blocking something. So I'm not sure how that works. Can I destroy them? Sure doesn't seem like it. Seems like there's got to be some way to get those out of the way. Anything else that I can do over here? Can't go over there. I can't go over there. I think this only existed to get the armor. But wait, is there like a switch here or something? Because it would make a lot more sense if there were a switch here, and that's supposed to open that door. And then you go back to the door. Oh wow, they actually let me go in the water for like 1 pixel. Okay, so like right over here would be the beginning. And what if I actually like jump onto this thing? Does it do anything interesting? Seems like something you could totally hide something on. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Can you actually climb all the way up that? Nah, of course not. Wait, there's probably a switch here. There is a switch there. The same type of switch that we saw early in the Iron Forge, actually. Oh, I can't go over there, I guess. Okay. So this was the actual progression. All that other stuff was optional. Yeah, it really locks you onto them now. I feel like it basically just, like, increased the frequency. Like, it just... It feels like a, like, 30 hertz auto-fire as opposed to, like, a 2 hertz auto-fire or something on it before. Oh, I probably didn't need to pick up that geode. It was probably a huge waste. Oh, I am definitely not hitting that guy. And then he just, like... completely, yeeted himself through me. Okay. Why does that exist? Very interesting variety of things going on visually here. I should probably think about using a tome here. Oh geez, even more dudes. Oh, there's the crossbow. Okay. So yeah, they're saying this is hit scan. It doesn't look hit scan. And yeah, there's the health steal. Where are you? There. Okay, it is hit scan. It really is hit scan, but it definitely has, like, a tracer going along with it. Did it just, like, make the wand go down and up when the tome expired? That seems weird. Okay, that definitely seems sus. Okay, let's test the sound on this. Oh, it's a totally different animation? Like, it used to... The funny thing is, when it resets, it still has, like, the outward state. But yeah, I think they totally replaced the graphics there or something. But yeah, instead of just poking enemies with the stick, now you actually whack them with it. I feel like picking those up would be a waste right now. Nice candle arrangement. Oh, hello. A green switch. Kind of important that you don't miss that switch. But yeah, so there's got to be custom texture work going on in here. Well, time to flush ourselves, I guess. And then there's a teleporter on the one end. I'm surprised there weren't enemies down here. This kind of feels like the beginning of... it feels like one of the secret rooms in E2M1 in Vanilla Doom. What was the point of that? I'm assuming that that's... Oh, the point of that is to get that. I was thinking this was pointless before. It's not pointless. If there's anything in there, but it wouldn't hurt to check. There are 3 secrets in this map. Oh. Okay, getting in there would actually take effort. All the more reason to try and do it. No, nothing. There's a little bit of misalignment here, actually. Yeah, a lot of, like, recolored textures for sure here, too. And actually, I suppose that skull there is what was used for the shoot switches in, not Iron Forge, no, in, Icebound that I played yesterday. No, I wouldn't, well, I mean, I would say Hands of Necromancy. Which, I mean, to be fair, Hands of Necromancy 1 was a Hexen-like, Hands of Necromancy 2 was a Heretic-like, so that's worth mentioning on both ends. I feel like Graven, like, I got the impression Graven started out trying to be a Hexen-like, but it grew into something rather beyond that by the end, it seemed like. Alright, I haven't gone in here yet. So I guess that whole, like, bottom portion was actually optional? Also, hey, Zettabyte, Jitspo was playing your, null space maps yesterday. I don't know if you were in there or not. But it's like, I recognized null space itself from QBJ2, but he was playing, like, the standalone pack that, you know, has more maps in it, I guess. Alright, I actually want to look down here one more time, because, like, seems like this would be a place for there to be a secret or something. I'm busy with non-Quake stuff, okay. Yeah, so, like, Jitspo sometimes does, like, you know, competitive research streams or whatever, and I thought it was one of those, but actually no, somebody just redeemed him to close a random browser tab, and it happened to be the browser tab that was open to null space, so that browser tab took like 2 hours to close. Raven takes the worst parts of Hexen and amplifies it by 10. You know what Hexen didn't have that, if I recall correctly, the early demo of Graven I tried did? Ladders. Maybe Hexen 2 had ladders, I forget. Okay, yeah, I didn't find all this last time. I could not have planned that better, holy crap. Look at all this stuff. Just completely freaking boo him off the stage. Alright, I actually want to go back and, like, review how I got here. I guess I can't because I, like, yeah. I dropped in or something. Alright, so let's go back. And that also puts us back here. But I think I want to, like, redo that once more because I keep finding more stuff every time I go down here. But yeah, I figured there had to be a secret down here if it wasn't required. So that was the, yeah, that was the teleport I found last time. But then this time I ended up finding whatever the hell led me down there. Which now I'm not even managing to repeat. Like, I wasn't even fully paying attention, I just ended up there. Alright, let's go back. Oh yeah, that's great. I remember I played, like, the earliest preview demo of it, and I was kind of like, it could be okay. And then I think it might have been Major Arlene who talked about, I don't know if I saw her play it or if I just heard her talk about it later. She played, like, I guess it was the initial early access release or something, maybe, and, like, it went further than the initial demo did, and, like, the next part was really annoying. Like, it had, like, a really annoying puzzle or something, and it was just like, cool, so that just seems largely worse. It's like they made it worse by adding more to the game. Okay, let's actually continue and find stuff. Okay, I can 3-shot those with this, apparently. Is there another one? No. Oh. Are you not dead? Thank you. Oh. What if there were 2 invisible guys right there? One's dead. Alright. Yeah, give me some of my ammo back. Thank you. The only great thing you can think of with Graven is texture work, but come on, it's Macon. Right, and that's why I was excited about that, because, like, I loved the look of the initial town when I played the early preview of it. Oh, this is interesting. And terrible. Might be a good time to use the other tome, actually. Oh man, this becomes, like, super rapid fire when you use the tome. Alright, they're dead. There was another guy there that I was accidentally ignoring. Is that the end of the level? That is the end of the level. We killed everything. Now I feel bad for using both of my tomes. Yeah, every time the tome gets... I don't know if this is a GZDoom 3.6 quirk or what, but, like, when the tome is finished, my weapon, like, goes away and comes back as if I switched weapon, which, like, isn't... That doesn't seem normal. Alright, I only found 1 out of 3 secrets, though, and I at least want to, like, have another look around, like, here? Because I didn't actually look in here. There's just some health here and stuff. In terms of health, I did fine. I also have a lot of time bombs of the Ancients. And you know what? I'm gonna do what they suggested. And maybe attempt to get used to using the mouse for items, which is not what I ordinarily do. Well, it's not working. Or, wait. Isn't this normally where mouse buttons get you? Yeah? It's not binding mouse wheel to it. Well, it unbounded from next weapon, but I don't see it actually listed here, so like, huh? It's working, it's just not listing it. Alright, cool. GZDoom 3.6 is a well-functioning source port. Yeah, because you can see it just disappeared from previous weapon, but it doesn't actually show it here. And then activate item, let's do the fifth mouse button. At least I think that's mouse 5. It's the one that's harder for me to use by accident. Now I'm just debating whether I think that feels right or if I should reverse the order. And I feel like I should reverse the order. Okay, so then that would be this, and this would be that. No, that still feels wrong. I don't know. I'll see if I get used to it. Like, it doesn't help that I have to, like, rotate 90 degrees to what I'm actually pressing. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, this is a much older version of GZDoom than that. I would have used ZDoom for this, except, I didn't test it with this specifically, but with the first thing I played today, it didn't show anything. Like, it technically loaded, but everything was just black. Including the menu. So I was like, I guess I'll go with GZDoom. Because it lists both GZDoom 3.6 and ZDoom 2.8.1. Do I want to try to find other stuff? I probably shouldn't agonize over this, but also I want to look at one thing in particular. Which is, are any of the levels in this secret levels? Yeah, probably. Okay. I just want to make sure I pay attention to finding secrets in whatever level has the secret exit. Which is not this level. There's stuff in there. I did notice this before. I would like to find out how to get in there. Because I didn't really, like, stop and actually look through this window, but I saw it. Okay, so that's to the right of that. It could actually potentially be accessed from behind. Hang on. There's another window over there. I don't know. There could be even there could even be a warp that gets you in there. There might be something on that side. That might just be looking at another window. Hard for me to tell if there's anything over there, or if that's just where the other window is. What if it's from over here? Whoops. Actually, yeah, this is the side that I was examining earlier. I didn't actually examine this side before. I don't know if I caused that blood to be there or what. Yeah, you can't go over there. this is basically the beginning of the level. Well, I don't know. Like there's any, like, shootable things in there that would maybe open it. See anything? Wait a minute. Oh, that's... Huh, why does this exist? Suspicious. There's nothing I can do with it. I don't know, that's driving me bananas, but I don't think I'm gonna figure it out. Hold on a second. Okay, yeah, and this is where that dude was. Okay. Nothing's jumping out on the map to me in this room. Can I actually, like, jump into those? No, they seem like they're hard walls. Well, I don't know. Sadly, I think I will move on without discovering how those secrets work. It is interesting that we have just a walk-in exit, though. Feels much more Quake style. Next is Jade Baths. Oh, and I guess they actually have, like, custom entrance images for all of them. Let me look at the music credits for this briefly. Actually, does it list it? It does list it on the Doom Wiki page also. So this is Low Fire by Alfonso. Oh yeah, they get impact sounds too. Immediately, another opportunity to pick up the crossbow. Yeah, the light up definitely makes a big difference. He's dead. The fact that they, like, light up when they're firing. On the one hand, this is cool, but on the other hand, I kind of can't take it seriously because I just kind of think... Whoops. Because it, like, this very much looks like it could be used for a barf emote or something. If the color of the water were different. Oh, we found the baths. Oh, wow, that's interesting. I imagine something is going to open those. Yeah, the gauntlets seem like a very good weapon now. Also, I was gonna say, did I lose the music? No, there it is. Take care of the gargoyles down here. There you go. Oh, there's more than just gargoyles in here. Jeez, it was taking me forever to just hit that guy one more time. Oh, where did you come from? reckon they came from here? Yep. So, okay. I was getting confused by that a little bit before. So they said they added a charge-up noise to the nitro golems, but all I did was give them, like, that sound, which is very confusing to hear an enemy use. Like, if you're gonna give them a charge-up sound, give them a charge-up sound. Don't give them the wimpy-ass Elden Wand sound. This looks very IK blue coated, except bluer. More stuff going on in there, maybe. I want to do another loop around here and see if there's a way to get in there. Oh yeah, look at all that! Holy crap! I don't know what happened to that guy. Doesn't this hurt? I'm pretty sure this hurt. Okay, yeah, that's the Sigil of Power. Sorry for all the point-blank light flashes. Yeah, it did the thing again. Okay, just to confirm, though. This doesn't hurt me. That texture usually hurts the player. Like, that's... Usually that texture is used for damaging Spectre. So that's confusing. Or if not this texture, something that looks a whole lot like it in terms of color profile. So yeah, I was assuming I couldn't stay in that, but then I realized while I was dashing across it... What did that do? There are switches here now. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna regret pushing these switches, because, like, that looks like there's, like, gunk pouring into it. I feel like if I pull the switch, I will become Meta, who were, you know, poisoning the water supply in Wyoming or something with their stupid-ass data center. One of those guys dropped a random lesser rune. We definitely don't have that weapon yet. Yeah, so I can't get back, so we do have to push buttons of some sort. Let's try pushing this one. Okay, that lowers that. There's a key up there, isn't there? Okay, that raises the stairs back to the beginning. What the hell do you get? That was probably a random drop from an enemy. Can I actually just, like, ask this nicely now? No. So we still have to do something else to lower that key. Are there more dudes... monitoring the perimeter? Oh no, they're the ones in here that are making that noise. What? Excuse you. Interesting how each of the weapons seems to be a set piece, even in the second level of the episode. So, like, Clearly designed to make scratch starts feasible. Yeah, there's definitely a key over there. I don't know if there's anything else interesting I can do in here right now. Imagine there's got to be something else outside of here. That's where I started, isn't it? Oh yeah, I never actually ran over to grab this. Oh, I guess we're down here now. Oh, that's extra gauntlets, okay. Didn't feel like wasting even more arrows. They're both dead. Okay. Have I been here before? Probably not. There's a switch down there. Didn't actually test where this puts me. Okay. It just puts me back on one of these platforms anyway. Oh, that doesn't really work. That's just where the switch was. Okay. Haven't been on this side yet, either. That's a ghosty one. Yeah, he always uses the red projectiles. Uh-oh. They're mad because I took their quartz flask. Alright, I'm just gonna sit here and pretend I'm like the item shop vendor in Soten or something. There's a lot of ground to cover in this level. Oh, hi. Where did you all come from? He just hit his friend. Waterfall secret, and it's not a good prize. Oh, crap. Okay. Well, at least there's health here to make up for me getting just walking right into the red one. Where? Almost I can't really see when he's gonna attack or where he is because the waterfall is hiding him. I don't hear him anymore. Anyway, I don't think I can go into the waterfall that way. So... Oh, I can't use the mouse for follow mode in this. Oh, that's like behind the yellow door or something. I don't even know where the yellow door is yet. These maps get big really quick, because this is the second map. That's interesting. There's a phoenix rod out there. There's the green door, which I know where the key to that is. Another crossbow. Oh, wait, is this the beginning of the map again? That's there again. I thought I started right around here. Oh yeah, wasn't there a thing blocked by a bunch of crates in the first level? That probably had to do with one of the secrets that I missed. I still feel bad about not following up on those. Any of these actually open? Alright, there was one other thing around here. I wanted to check on, was it this way? I don't think it was over here. Might be thinking of the wrong place. It might have been an offshoot of the other room with the crossbow and the chasm. Back in here, that's still raised. First thing that you can get up there. Yeah, I don't know how to get around there yet. Just where the dragon claw was. Was there anything else in here? Alright, this was the I can't believe it's not IK Blue room. Well, in that case, let me go back out here. Back into this mess. Oh, I hear Ophidian noises somewhere. That is not a switch. It was on the other side opposite this, because I did go this way. There was something on the other side. Oh, well, that was silly. I think it was here. Yeah, this. A lot of dudes are showing up. Oh, they were infighting. Oh, crap. There are a lot more of those than I thought there were. Also, really freaking hard to see in that room. Also, I have no armor. That doesn't help. Maybe those would be a good idea to use here. Oh, cool. And then I got fucking stuck next to it. I have 1 health, dude. I can't trust my mouse wheel, dude, because sometimes it, like, double triggers. I was trying to use the mouse wheel for inventory. I have 3 health again. That's great. Oh, okay, you're up there. That one's dead. That's rude that you got those guys constantly throwing the high damage projectiles at you the entire time during that fight. Alright, so this switch over here is going to open that, probably. No. Oh, extremely dramatic other switch. Kinda weird that there was another switch at the top. That just goes back. I think I can hit the other switch. I think it just only lights up the bottom portion, but it's just tiling the texture. How do you do anything with the middle one? Unless I seriously have to, like, shoot it. I feel like that would have worked. And it didn't. Unless I have to seriously run at it. There's also a door here, apparently. Took some bad shots there. Hey, there's health. That opened the door at the end. We should have let him in for it. It's not worth it at that distance. Oh, maybe at that distance it might be. I assume there's still another one. Oh, that's a tome up there. Interesting gold recolors of this. I wonder if this is going to bring me across... bring me to the ledge that lets me cross over to the middle of that other big room. Yep, that's exactly what it does. Oh, whoops. I thought I wasn't in follow mode. No, yeah, right, so I pressed it and then I became not in follow mode. That do? Oh, it opens a teleport so you can get back here if you want. Okay. This is like a more elaborate version that's wider. than the original Glimmer texture. Okay, that's what brings that down. I bet a lot of guys will be angry with me. Yup, now it's time to suffer. Yup, okay. And I got my health back, so that works. Now do I remember where that door was? Right there. I don't know if I'm hitting them at all. Well, that was bad. You know what? Now would be a good time to use this. Probably. Because it gets at least one type of projectile off my back. Oh, hey, armor. Yeah, that's good. Where is... Oh, there's still more of them over here. One in there? I think so. Yeah, he's in there. Okay. I don't know why that took that long to actually deal with him. Alright, now we need a yellow key. Hope I don't regret using the tome where I did. But it seemed warranted. Oh, what? He shot again? Wow. Frickin' goofy ass undead warrior. As in the goofy meme of I'll fucking do it again. Yeah. Alright, well, there's the key. We need to lower it. Well, let's lower it. That was a lot easier to find than the other one. For the green key. Nothing will possibly go wrong here. Absolutely nothing has gone wrong. Everything is fine. Oh, well, that's bad. You know what? They're arguing amongst themselves. No, they're not. How did that go? Okay, they were infighting, I think. I don't think I killed him. Okay, yeah, fortunately I got myself in a bit of a predicament there. Actually, yeah, my health was pretty low, wasn't it? But I was able to get myself out to, like, beyond where any of them were. And deal with them from there. Is this like a minecart track or something? Pretty cool. You know what? Oh, that kind of reminds me of... Oh god, which thing was it? It was probably one of the scientist maps. Was that what had like the buildings with like the spires coming out of them or whatever? Maybe not the right terminology, but yeah, it had like the, you know, the pointy things. Alright. There are 5 secrets in this map, and I haven't found a single one yet. I just heard something. I didn't even go through the door yet, and I heard something like raise or lower. At least I think that's what I was hearing. Staff? Staff. I was kind of wondering if I would find that soon, but also I wasn't necessarily expecting it in the second level. You know, like I thought I was getting ahead of myself. Oh, apparently I'm out of wand ammo. Which is probably fine. I'm mostly using it, you know, on enemies where I can afford to be using it. But there were still more of them. I gotta get used to their, like, projectile hitting surface sound, because it actually makes me nervous. It's almost like an archvile burning adjacent noise. And I'm like, what the hell am I hearing? Wait, calm down. This isn't Doom 2. Oh, there you go. This is the other side of that. Okay. Yeah, so this is the huge spiral staircase built around it. This is cool. Like, this kind of reminds me of something, too, but I mean, like, I've played a gazillion Quake maps, which means I've seen a gazillion spiral staircases, or probably a gazillion and one spiral staircases. Have I seen the door that requires this? Oh dear, where the hell am I? I'll tell you where I am. I'm in danger. Now I wish I still had a tome. That not hit me. Ow. Oh, there's an insta-tome here. Also, I haven't been using the Hell Staff at all, actually, and I probably should have been. I should have used that when I needed to make space. Oh, god damn it. And we have to do it all over again, because I got killed by, like, the last possible dude, almost. Alright, well, now that I know that there's a sigil over there, I should probably actually use the sigil. Can I get, like, up there or something? Alright, so what do we want to do? We want to do that, and then immediately double over. Did I miss it? I didn't pick it up, dude. What the fuck? what did I get killed by? Same stupid shit I got killed by last time. Random red projectile from a warrior. That actually went worse than last time. Jesus fucking Christ, dude, it happened again. It's always those projectiles. Wasn't there health somewhere? I forgot where I actually saw health. It was on the other side, I guess. That was silly. No, seriously, where was the health? Okay, that doesn't open. Let me trying to figure out what to prioritize focusing on. And unfortunately, did I already? Yeah, I don't. Oh, I have morph opums. I didn't remember I had those. I used up the invisibility item, so because like if I had that, that would suddenly make the warriors not an issue. And I guess we have to go through here to reach the blue key door anyway. Let's get that over there. Hopefully it gets a bunch of them. Dude, what? Of course, it was a fucking undead warrior. It's always a fucking undead warrior that gets me. Like, sorry, when there's like 50 things shooting at me, I can't keep track of all of them. I literally cannot see all of them at once. And also, like, the one downside to the rain attack of the tomed Hellstaff is kind of makes it hard to see anything else. It kind of, like, it's kind of the most notable visual effect of anything. I was wondering if that would, like, lock behind you, but it doesn't. Oh, wait, I didn't pick this up. What? Again, I swear I picked it up. That was a fucking waste. We're not doing that. I'm just gonna put them both over there. Fuck it. Alright, I succeeded in somewhat thinning them out this time. There is at least one invisible guy here, which means he is always shooting red. Please? Thank you. He took like... One of the Nitro Golem shots hit me. I didn't realize how low my health was either. I was at like 24 health. Damn, that sucks. Alright, I mean, I had the right idea, though. Oh, there's still one over there. Okay. Alright, I think he's dead. It sounds like I've gotten all the warriors. Alright, he's dead. Oh, there is still a Nitro Golem. Is he on this side? Yeah. One down. Oh, there is still another warrior somewhere. Well, yeah, I just saw that out of the corner of my eye. There's another frickin' invisible one up there. That absolutely could have done me in. Alright, I think we're good now. There's still one nitro golem. Okay, I think we made everybody shut up successfully. Now what am I doing? That's where the blue door is. Here's snakes. That might lead back or something. So what am I doing? Is there a switch somewhere or what? Oh, wait. Starting to wonder if I shouldn't have warped here. Oh, wait, there's the switch. That lowered that. It also lowered that. It did not do anything with that. Does this go back? Yes. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that must have opened. So now there's 5 staircases here. Did you now think there were already enough staircases here? Where does this go? Okay, yeah, I figured that would just warp us right back. What's the point of the staircase, then? Like, you must be tired from climbing up all those stairs. We won't make you climb down those stairs again. Was there anything else in here that I hadn't fully explored? So that we could get back into the large spiral stairs from there now. Because this was where I had originally stumbled across this area. And now this staircase is built. So you can pretty much revisit the entirety of the level from here. I forget what was in here. Yeah, I thought that was this room. Well, let's get health, because I can. I still haven't found a single damn secret. Wait. That's a switch. Once I saw the bookcase, I was like, there's gotta be a secret that moves this bookcase. Wasn't quite that, but it was close. That's a bag of holding. That's important. And that's a map. Alright, now we're full on secret hunting mode. Although I'm also probably going to run out of time pretty soon for the stream. So I might not actually finish this map today if I want to hunt secrets. Okay, but that's neat. And now, thanks to that, I can probably try to hunt for more secrets. You know what? I'm going to try something that didn't work for me on the newer version of GZDoom. For whatever reason. Yeah, it doesn't work for me here either. For some reason, it doesn't get rid of the background, which makes it, like, really hard to... Does that actually make the colors stand out more? No, I think it's the same. Yeah, at least the colors are a little more visible to me than they were in the first thing that I tried playing. But the problem is, like, am I even gonna notice, like, unmapped lines? Yeah, so, like, those gray lines there, those are really hard to see. It looks like there's something over there. That was in the nothing can possibly go wrong yellow key pit. So I would have to go back into the green door area. Which side was it on? It's probably this window, but I don't know if I can get up there. No, wait, which side? Where did I see it? I thought I just saw gray area here. Was it not that? Was it something else? I really wish I could make this map easier to see lines on. It's utterly ridiculous. There's something over there, but it might just be walls anyway. Like, it's really unnecessarily difficult to see these lines. Why did those look like unexplored lines? So that's what's behind the blue door. So, like, naturally I haven't been there yet. Oh, right, and I haven't been in there, but I haven't figured out a way to open that. Did I really not see something right here? Because I thought I saw something here. Wait, that's one of the spires, right? That's just in here. I don't know, wasn't this where... I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of that one. Is it actually supposed to be possible to get into that? Because I wouldn't have expected to. Wait. Oh, that's just spatter. I get so confused by the blood spatter that GZDoom adds. This does almost look climbable, doesn't it? But it's not. So I don't think I can get up there. Like, it's hard enough for me to even try to find where the remaining secrets would be on this map, because it's so hard to look at. Which, you know, isn't the mapper's fault. That's frickin' that's just the way GZDoom and Raven maps have always been. So is this still closed? Oh, there's 5 enemies left. I still hear a snake. Might be in here. Well, okay. I would assume that we have to fight one more thing. Or, you know, 4 more things. Uh-oh. Nope, get those frickin' tornadoes away from me, dude. Okay, he's actually dead now. So I don't want to actually end the level, though. I don't know. Okay, now that does let you go back out. Maybe you have to. I was thinking that might be the exit, but maybe the exit is in that other room. Yep, that's exit. And that's the other Ophidian that I was hearing. Dropped ammo. I want the ammo, but I don't necessarily want to leave yet. Okay, so, somehow there is 1 enemy left in the level. I really wish I could fix the frickin' map colors to not be impossible to see. But yeah, the problem is that doesn't get rid of the frickin' background color. I mean, I could try doing textured display and see if that makes it more easy to read stuff. It kinda does? The problem is it's not gonna make it any easier to see unexplored parts. Because the gray lines are still hard to see. wish I could do something about this. Oh wait, show map background. Finally, some real fucking map. There's just one really long line over there. Okay. There's something over here? Don't actually have that full yet, do I? Okay, so that looks like it's way towards the beginning. What's the best way to get back out there? Not sure it's that way. I forget, that goes back to where I just was. I don't want to do that right now. This gets me back to the beginning. Okay. So, what was I just looking at, though? Down here? And where am I? I'm, like, over there somewhere, right? Yeah. I can't go back through there? That must have closed when this arena happened. Hello. Okay, that's a secret. I wonder how many secrets are just gonna be tiny little buttons. Is there really no way for me to get back here? No, there's gotta be an alternate way. And then what the heck is that? That was the thing that I was looking at, because I was looking at this, and I misread it as being to the right of this, but no, it's, like, off the other direction there. Okay, well, I know I can't go that way right now, unfortunately. Go look at that again, since it's right here. So... like, oh, that's like past where the minecart fixture was. Probably that, but how the heck do you get up there? I don't know. Unless you're gonna find Wings of Wrath in this level, I don't know that you're gonna get up there. I really haven't found a way to climb anywhere in here. Unless I can, like, blow this up, I doubt it. How did it end up there? That's fascinating. Also, I feel like they replaced that sound effect. Or, like, I think they made it a more prominent sound. Alright, well, wait, there's something else, like, right here. Hang on, I thought I already tried going into here. I swear to God I tried this already. Did I not try it for this one, or did I only, like, look at these two walls and not that wall? I seriously tried to get in here before. Oh, what's this? Eh? It sure made a noise. I don't know where. It also seems weird that there's, like, a line across this entire thing. Yeah, I don't think there's any way for me to get in there. Anything change out here? Was that not there before? That's how we get over here. Also, that is an original graphic, I think. Guess what? We found the one remaining enemy. It's a weird dragon. I can't see a damn thing, though. Fortunately, they light up now. Are you dead yet? You are dead. Okay. Now we have actually killed everybody. So where will this teleporter take us? Oh, right, remember this room? Now I do. Okay. Well, I feel much better about my secret finding in this level at this point. Still haven't found everything, but finding a Phoenix Rod early is probably a very good thing. Maybe it would have helped for that chaotic battle near the end of the level, but honestly, I probably would have just gotten myself killed anyway. So that's still only 3 out of 5, though. See anything else jumping out at me? I mean, there's a lot of lines there, but that might just be, like, landscape. I might be okay settling for 3 out of 5. Wait, there's still that, though. I still wanted to check on that if I can get back to it. Where am I right now? I'm, like, way further north of that, right? Problem is I don't know how the hell to get back there. If I go back through here... Is there another way for me to get back there if I go all the way across? Probably? Not that way. This way. I never did figure out what the deal was with that switch. So I suppose that's one of the remaining secrets. Hey, there's stuff here. Okay, that's a secret, and there's more Phoenix Rod ammo in there too. That looks like... That looks like, yeah, a recolor of another texture from... Is it from this, or is it from... No, I guess it's a heretic texture that I'm thinking of, yeah. Okay, well now we're at 4 out of 5. That's much more decent shape in terms of finding stuff. I still feel bad for not finding some of the stuff in the first level. Because there was some interesting looking stuff. I still heavily suspect this switch. But I actually don't even know what I'd be looking for at this point. Oh, whoops. Shouldn't have done that. What am I even doing? Let's go out this way. Which way? Going out? Oh, wait. Can I not go out that way? Is that a one-way thing? I guess that's a one-way thing. That's not where I want to be right now. How do I leave the level now? This is probably more promising. Yeah, because this will bring me right back to here. Okay. Okay. That took a while. Yeah. So that was Jade Baths. Next is Jade Gardens. We got a lot of jade in here. But to avoid becoming too jaded, we're gonna save this for next time. I gotta get going anyway. But yeah, very interesting. Lots of exploration here. It does still get plenty exciting in some spots, even on the 3rd difficulty, so I think I'm fine playing on Bringest Them On if I'm not higher than that. But yeah, we'll see what other places this goes next weekend. But it's off to a pretty decent start. And yeah, I'm glad that I maybe stumbled across a couple of other Heretic episodes that I should play as well. And then, of course, I know at some point I need to play Jimmy's less WODs, including Faithless, which is also Heretic. So, I'm not exactly sure. I'll probably save that for some other time and maybe do all of those together. Because some of the less WODs are actually in the featured mods list, the ones for Doom. Deathless is in there, and Earthless Prelude is in there. So we might get to those at that point instead. But we've got this, and then, what were the other ones that I stumbled across? There was the Realm of Parthoris, of course. I forgot what the... wasn't there another one that I stumbled into as well? Well, I mean, I guess I stumbled into this one to begin with. Like, this already wasn't on that list. But I thought there was one other... Oh, yeah, right, there was... No, I'm thinking of the Parthoris one, I guess. Anyway, I'll double check later, but I gotta get going, so let me find somewhere to send us off to. What the heck is Vortail doing? I mentioned Vortail earlier, didn't I? Maybe I mentioned him last night. And also, Squeeba's on playing a new Doom WOD. So I've got a couple of options for us. Vortail's doing, like, pixel art work right now. I'm not sure what for. But I could send us over to, Squeeba, who's playing Utakata, which I am not to be confused with Umanaka, which is mumbo jumbo speak. All right, I'll send us over to Squeeba then. Thanks everybody for watching today. Hope you all have a good rest of your weekend. Have a good week. Have a good night or morning or whatever it is where you are. Stay safe. Next week will probably be more Next Fest demos. We'll get back to this on Saturday afternoon, Saturday afternoon will probably start around 3 p.m. Eastern, if I had to guess. And then Sunday will be 2 p.m., closer to 2 p.m. Eastern, like today. And, but yeah, I've still got a pile of Next Fest demos, so we'll try to work through more of those next week. And then, of course, Thursday is shmups, so it'll be either, Dodon Pasha Effikatsu Black Label, or Bullet Soul, or both. That's what I'm currently picking between for Shmup Book Club. So, hope to see you for whatever floats your boat. Would love to see you again. As I said, stay safe, have a good one everybody, and hope to see you again later.